Expect something. you can also use it for playing.
this is starting with a weak argument is not very promising. So with that, let's turn to the second argument. Now, this is where things actually get kind of funny, especially if you're prone to getting Logan Paul-induced schadenfreude. So here, Paul says he has well-placed concerns about CoffeeZilla's use of discovery materials from this case for purposes that have nothing to do with prosecuting or defending the claims in this action. Throughout the course of discovery in this case, CoffeeZilla has repeatedly provided discovery materials produced by the plaintiff to shocking, the FBI, together with false and misleading claims about their substance and import in an unsuccessful effort to try and goad federal law enforcement into prosecuting Mr. Paul for wholly imagined crimes. Side note, it is nice to see that it looks like CoffeeZilla has continued to be something of a whistleblower even during this litigation. But also, this is kind of hilarious because we've already gone over that Streisand effect evidence that Logan Paul tried to hide earlier in this litigation that was all about CoffeeZilla's whistleblower claims about Logan Paul and CryptoZoo to the SEC and the FBI. And we've also gone over how it looks like the person CoffeeZilla was talking with, at the very least at the SEC anyway, found his work to be super helpful to them. In case you haven't already seen it, I will link to the full video in the description below. But basically, I don't see how any of this is an issue. Typically, the default rule here is that there is no rule against sharing evidence with the authorities if you get it properly in discovery, unless you are somehow specifically restricted from doing so, for example, like under a protective order. But here, Paul says that conduct is not in keeping with the protective order's admonishment that materials produced in discovery are to be used for litigating this case and preparing for trial. But the thing is, that's not exactly what the protective order says. You see, Logan Paul's lawyers have done this before, and they're doing it again here, which is being a little bit misleading and saying what some sort of authority says versus what it actually says. So let's look again at the protective order to see what it actually says about this. It looks like Paul is referencing the very beginning of this protective order where it lays out the basic purpose and goals for the order. Here it says, before the court is a joint motion of the parties for the entry of a confidentiality and protective order. Based on the party submissions and the record in this matter, the court finds that disclosure and discovery activity in this action are likely to involve production of confidential, sensitive, or private information for which special protection from public disclosure and from use for any purpose other than prosecuting this litigation should be warranted. So in other words, this protective order exists in this case in order to prevent private or sensitive information from being used in any way other than what's reasonably necessary for this litigation. Then it also says, accordingly, a protective order for such information is justified in this matter, among other things, to ensure that the parties are permitted reasonably necessary uses of such material in preparation for and in the conduct of trial. So basically this adds up to the judge saying that any information that is sensitive, private, or confidential can't be used outside of the parties' reasonable needs to litigate this case. And that makes perfect sense. It both protects the sensitive information of all parties and even third parties if they're implicated, and it allows the parties to fully and fairly litigate their case. But note something that it doesn't say. Specifically, it doesn't say that all evidence that's passed between the parties in this case can only be used for purposes of prosecuting and litigating the case. Put it in another way, this protective order does not limit what the parties can do with the evidence that they get from the other side if it's not sensitive, private, or confidential. And in this entire motion, and specifically this argument, Paul never argues that the information in the deposition is in any way sensitive, private, or confidential. So in other words, he's basically just crying about the fact that he doesn't want CoffeeZilla to pass on his deposition to the FBI, which obviously will pique anyone since he's basically shining this huge light on his deposition saying, hey, whatever you do, don't send this to the FBI because I really won't like that.
Your Honor, I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
Overruled.
Good call!
And I want to say more about this, but let me get to the other part of this argument first, because as hilarious as this is, it's not even everything. See, Paul goes on to say, additionally, as the court knows, CoffeeZilla has been engaged as an expert witness in a class action suit against plaintiff that also concerns CryptoZoo. Plaintiff has reason to believe that CoffeeZilla and his counsel have routinely been sharing discovery materials from this case with the class action plaintiff's counsel, something this court expressed concern about when it decided to temporarily stay this case, and conduct which, again, constitutes use of discovery materials for purposes other than litigating the claims and defenses in this action. In fact, in a recent YouTube video, the class plaintiff's counsel discussed how helpful the information disclosed in the course of this case has been to their ability to amend their complaint in the class action case. I'll say this like my New Yorker dad. The horror. Wait a minute, I need pearls to clutch. Give me a second. Oh, I found some. Great when we get our household goods again. I mean, the horror. CoffeeZilla has been helpful to the class action plaintiffs. Oh, that is so immoral, so unethical, so terrible. It's none of those things. There is nothing, and I mean nothing in this argument that appears at least remotely compelling. For one thing, I read the court's order temporarily staying the case, and actually I never even saw any language where the court expressed concern about CoffeeZilla sharing litigation materials with the class plaintiffs. And because I thought maybe I was taking crazy pills or something, I went back and double checked it. It's only 2 pages, so I'll put both pages on screen right now. Feel free to pause this part of the video right here and read through it. Like, I don't think I'm missing anything here. The court doesn't say anything about sharing evidence between cases. So the only thing I can think of outside this written order is like maybe the judge said something during a hearing. But even if that's the case, this written order followed that hearing. And so if the judge didn't put some kind of statement about that in the order staying the case, I don't see that kind of a comment needing to be given that much weight, assuming it was even made in the first place. Like, if the judge felt that that really was a big concern, that would have found its way in writing in the order. Judges will do that all the time. But just like with the FBI, there is nothing that I can see that would limit CoffeeZilla's ability to share this deposition or any non-private, non-sensitive, non-confidential evidence for that matter with the class action plaintiffs. After all, when the shoe is on the other foot, Logan Paul is also able to use all of the evidence that he gathers in one case to use in the other. In fact, CoffeeZilla has argued many times before that this, he thinks, is one of the big reasons why Paul sued him in the first place. And on that note, what's hilarious to me is that this is exactly why I said years ago, in fact, this was like the very first video that I made on this topic, that suing CoffeeZilla for defamation is a terrible idea. Here's what I said almost exactly 3 years ago. The thing about defamation is that truth of the statement is always an absolute defense to the litigation. So in other words, if CoffeeZilla decided to allow it to proceed to discovery, he would have access to any information related to whether or not CryptoZoo is a scam. All of that would be discoverable, and Logan Paul would be required under rules of civil litigation to hand that over to CoffeeZilla. And any attempt to say that that's private information is not really likely to hold up, because at the end of the day, Logan Paul is the one that brought the litigation in the first place. So he is the one that has opened up the door to all of that information coming out to the other side in the first place. Now, the court may decide to put certain rules on whether or not that information may be disclosed to the public, but by and large, I would expect CoffeeZilla to be able to use a lot of that information for content. So either way, Logan Paul, in my opinion, loses the moment he files a complaint against CoffeeZilla. Now, in that video, I was mostly focused on CoffeeZilla getting access to information proving that CryptoZoo was a scam, and then later using that for content on his YouTube channel. That's slightly different than what we're talking about here, but the core point is actually the same. Once you file a lawsuit against someone, you are opening the door for the other party to gain access to all kinds of information, which in just about any other context, they would not be able to get in a million years. And once they do get access to that information, barring something like a protective order or any other sort of legal requirements, you really can't control what they decide to do with that information. And that is especially true if the case ends up going to trial, because trials are, generally speaking, accessible by the public. So the way I see it, it really is pretty rich that Logan Paul first drags CoffeeZilla into this lawsuit, And then he goes and cries to the judge about, oh no, boo-hoo, CoffeeZilla wants to share this information with the FBI and the CryptoZoo investors, and I'm gonna have to face consequences, meh. But also, now I really want to see this deposition because whatever it is that he said about CryptoZoo seems to have Paul shaking in his boots right now. But anyway, let's get to that third argument because I'm sure it's gonna be a banger, right? So his third argument basically says that CoffeeZilla hasn't indicated any imminent need to file any portion of Paul's deposition transcript. And he says CoffeeZilla also hasn't explained how designating the deposition as confidential otherwise impacts CoffeeZilla's ability to litigate the case. But that's not a reason to mark evidence as confidential. To explain that, let's go back to the protective order again. To be super clear, this protective order, like most protective orders, indicates in multiple places that basically the default is evidence shared in this case is not confidential unless it fits into some very specific circumstances. So let's start with the first instance of when this comes up in the protective order, which is the first page, where the order talks about the purpose of the order and the overall framework. Here it says, this protective order does not confer blanket protections on all disclosures of responses to discovery, and the protection it affords extends only to the limited information or items that are entitled under the applicable legal principles to be treated as confidential. And then the protective order also details the criteria for deciding whether evidence should be designated as classified or not. So here it says, a party shall designate as classified information only such information that the party in good faith believes is in fact confidential. Information that is generally available to the public, such as public filings, catalogs, advertising materials, and the like, shall not be designated as classified information. So remember how I said that it's pretty silly that Logan Paul wants the entire deposition designated as confidential. That's in part because I would imagine that at least some of the deposition falls under the category of information that's generally available to the public. These depositions end up having a wide range of topics, and it's going to cover basically everything under the sun because this is one of the parties in the lawsuit. So just based on mathematical probability alone, it doesn't seem likely that the entire thing has sensitive information. Anyway, then the protective order says, information and documents that may be designated as classified information include, but are not limited to, trade secrets, confidential or proprietary financial information, operational data, business plans and competitive analyses, personnel files, personal information that is protected by law, and other sensitive information that, if not restricted as set forth in this order, may subject the producing or disclosing person to competitive or financial injury or potential legal liability to third parties. Now, admittedly, that was kind of a lot. But basically what that's all saying is that in order to be designated as classified, it has to fit into some kind of privacy category where we can reasonably expect that the public disclosure is going to cause some kind of real injury to someone. And we're not just talking about embarrassment or reputational harm. This is if this information gets made public, it will destroy our entire business because this is the secret formula for KFC fried chicken spices. And note that it does say at the end of that paragraph that it also will protect sensitive information that can subject the producing person, aka Logan Paul, or the disclosing person, in this case, CoffeeZilla, to potential legal liability to third parties. Now, my understanding is that this does not prevent disclosure to third parties if producing this information will help those third parties with their legal claims against the person that wants to keep it under wraps. In other words, it could reasonably contribute to liability claims that these other third parties have, and that doesn't necessarily run afoul of this protective order. Rather, I think that what this is trying to say is that the information will be designated as classified if the act of disclosing it would set up either or both of these parties for some kind of legal liability. For example, say there's some litigation that involves getting access to an opposing party's phone and the photos and videos on their phone. And let's say for whatever reason, this includes spicy photos with an ex-partner. Let's say they're totally private, but legally obtained with consent. Now, even if they were obtained and maintained with consent, that doesn't necessarily mean that they can be legally shared. And so a protective order might designate those as classified in part because sharing those photos could establish liability for either party if they were to ever get out. Looking at this list of categories for protection and looking at how in his motion Logan Paul doesn't claim that any of the information triggers any kind of privacy right, whether that's Hayes or some third party. Like, again, unless I'm missing something really important here that, it happens as much as I hate when it does, I don't see anything in this motion that tells me, yeah, there's there's some reason to keep this confidential. So at the end of the day, I'm thinking this is
Throughout the end of 2025, I've made a couple of videos discussing the current state of DRAM, with AI companies becoming more prominent and with AI as a technology requiring tons of RAM. These AI companies hoard up all the RAM, leaving consumers in the dust, with consumer electronics as a result becoming more expensive. Just getting RAM for your computer, once upon a time that was rather affordable, but now we're seeing components like 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM being priced at almost $1,000 as of December 12, 2025. And if you go to the same Amazon listing right now, you'll find that the price has increased yet again, with resellers selling this component at now, almost $1,100. We're seeing people highlighting how if you go to websites like Newegg where they sell RAM, you'll find that a 128 gigabyte DDR5 RAM kit now costs, $1,460. They are offering a $50 Starbucks gift card, though, so there is that. We've also seen companies like Micron, one of the major RAM manufacturers, warn that RAM shortages will last beyond 2026, warning people while also contributing to the problem, with Micron recently having announced that they're exiting the consumer business and focusing more on serving AI companies. And then above Micron, you've got the top two RAM manufacturers, Samsung and SK Hynix, who've also signaled that constraints are likely to continue. And there's no reason for these companies to do otherwise because it's incredibly lucrative. Micron, for example, achieved record performance amid surging memory prices. It's just easier to sell RAM en masse to AI companies rather than try to sell them individually to consumers. And so yeah, the end result is that we're seeing price increases for electronics across the board, with companies like Samsung, for example, recently having raised DDR5 contract prices by over 100%. And now let's talk about the way this is rippling into other kinds of electronics like GPU, and the way that will all impact both console gamers as well as PC gamers, with PC gamers in particular seeing a completely different landscape, a far more expensive and financially inaccessible landscape. Now, starting with consoles, we're starting to see reports that RAM price increases as well as shortage is leading to essentially next-gen consoles being delayed, or at the very least, delays for next-gen being discussed. The window for next-gen was originally sometime between 2027 and 2028. That's around the time we would have expected consoles like PlayStation 6 and whatever the next-gen Xbox PC console hybrid might be. But that's a release window that gaming console companies are no longer certain about, due to the fact that RAM increases means that they'll have to sell their consoles at a significantly higher cost. Manufacturing them will be more expensive, and that might just not be tenable. Their consoles will not be at affordable enough prices for them to sell en masse to a degree that these consoles do need to sell in order for this business model to succeed. Now, I for one think that the days are still young for consoles like PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. I'd like to see more of the current generation of consoles be taken advantage of and its full potential realized more. I personally think that next-gen consoles releasing in 2027 to 2028 is still a little too soon, so this is something that I'm actually kind of okay with. And the hope is that by 2029 or 2030, whenever next-gen consoles are planned to be released, we'll see RAM prices stabilize and drop and be at the reasonable level that they once used to be. Now, a more urgent matter is PC gaming, because this is an area where you get the hardcore enthusiasts who like to buy the latest components and really deck out their PC to be as future-proof as possible. And now doing so will be significantly more financially precarious due to the price increases we're seeing for GPUs across the board. And it all starts with the supply of GPUs significantly decreasing as a result of GPU companies like Nvidia favoring supporting AI companies and supplying them rather than consumers. So for example, right here we have a report from December 17th, 2025 that highlighted rumors about how Nvidia plans to reduce RTX 50 production by up to 40% in early 2026, with plenty of folks highlighting how this all starts to mark essentially the death of PC gaming, or at the very least, the significant crippling of PC gaming, and how AI bros and AI companies and pursuits of kind of more nefarious uses of AI being blamed for this whole situation, which, I mean, yeah. And the end result of all of this is that we're starting to see reports of what kinds of price increases we can expect for GPUs, and it's incredibly egregious and completely unsustainable. So for example, right here we have a report from December 31st, 2025, highlighting how Nvidia and AMD will significantly increase GPU prices starting next month. This is a report from Newsys, which is a Korean news outlet, And according to their sources, they described how RTX 5090 will increase from $2,000 to $5,000. That is a 250% price increase. $2,000 for an RTX 5090, that's expensive enough as it is. But $5,000? Once upon a time, you could build an incredibly powerful PC for that price point, and now a single component for building a PC costs that much. The report states that both companies are reportedly planning to continue raising GPU prices every month going forward. It's highly likely that the price increases will extend across their entire product lineup, encompassing not only consumer GPUs, but also GPUs for AI data centers and servers. With so many companies being highly motivated by this technological race, that, you know, if they establish themselves, then it could bring them great riches in the long-term future. Companies like Nvidia and AMD can't afford to increase their prices, and to a degree have to due to the constraints in supply. And we're really going to start to see the effects of all of this in 2026 and beyond for who knows how long. You can really see the extent of the damage that this whole situation is doing to the PC gaming market. When you look at, for example, this right here, this is a comparison that Destin put together, highlighting what building a PC cost in July of 2023 versus what it'll cost in January of 2026. With the recent price increases, a PC that would normally cost, say, like $3,500 to build now would cost almost $6,000, $5,884.94, and that's excluding the significant amount of SSD storage that this build has. If you include that, and yes, SSD prices are also going up. If you include all the SSDs here listed in the spreadsheet, you'll find that a PC that would originally cost, you know, a little over $5,000 to build would cost in January of 2026 almost $8,500. And if recent reports and sources and rumors are to be believed, we might be headed towards a future where a single powerful PC component, like say an RTX 5090 GPU, will cost as much as what entire PCs cost back in, say, like July of 2023. And all the while, Nvidia is going out to conventions like CES 2026, which, by the way, stands for Consumer Electronics Show, and announcing new tech like DLSS 4.5 for GPUs, except people can't even afford GPUs as a result of price increases, and also Nvidia is lowering the amount of consumer GPUs that they're making. So it's technology reserved for the elite, especially when we consider that Nvidia has such a low supply of consumer, like modern day RTX GPUs, that they're resorting to going back generations and re-releasing old GPUs. This is at least according to reports from folks like Hong Shing 2020, who has a good track record of GPU leaks. And he hinted that essentially RTX 3060s are coming back, which is 2 generations ago. And I mean, nothing is confirmed right now, but the fact that there is at all a non-zero chance that we'll be reverting back to old generation GPUs and that companies will resort to re-releasing old gen GPUs is wild. Like, imagine if Sony came out and said, we're realizing that PlayStation 5s are too expensive to make, so we have to go back to PlayStation 4s or PlayStation 3s. Obviously, these are not the same scenarios. With PC gaming and GPUs, using old generation technology is just a lot more flexible, but it's still just like an insane thing that is unprecedented. I've never seen something like this happen. But yeah, people are just thoroughly baffled that this is what it's come to, where AI has regressed us 2 GPU generations potentially. A technology that for the most part has not really benefited society or served humanity. It's been more about serving corporations and their agendas. There have been some good uses of AI. There's been some good ways in which AI tools have been integrated, but for the most part, it's, you know, Gen AI stuff and just shitty uses of AI that destroy the environment, that try to replace workers with worse output, that destroys creativity, that destroys humanity and art, and that steals art and creates misinformation and spreads deep fakes and stuff like that. All this damage for a technology that much of its use is unethical, and also technology that's still very much an alpha stage and oftentimes doesn't work as intended. AI is still prone to error, and you couldn't call this technology something you can 100% rely on. And it doesn't stop there. We're seeing other companies like Asus reportedly thinking about increasing prices on various products from January 5th onwards. It's January 6th right now, so those price increases may have already started. And those price increases include products like the ROG Ally series of portable gaming PCs. to increasing costs across the industry. This is just something that companies are forced to do across the board as their stockpile and war chest of RAM that they purchase for a cheaper price starts to run out, and as they are forced to essentially deal with the fact that RAM prices are significantly higher. Eventually, they have to purchase more expensive RAM once their war chest runs out. And anything manufactured with the new RAM prices has to go up in price for them to be able to make this a sustainable business and not sell their products at a huge loss. So yeah, from next-gen consoles getting delayed, from GPUs more than doubling in price, to rumors of potentially reverting back to old generation GPUs as the only solution to this problem right now, and seeing other companies talk about price increases, PC gaming truly has been fucked over thoroughly by the permeation of artificial intelligence, which is being used more as a technology race to profit companies rather than as a technology that's genuinely being given careful consideration so that it's used ethically and in ways that are genuinely beneficial to society. And the consequences and the end results are just abysmal. So yeah, if you've been thinking about upgrading your PC or buying a new PC or building a new PC, now would be the time, because this is not going to get any better until, at least a couple years. Or if you already feel good about the current PC and components that you have, just know that it will be a couple of years before you'll be able to comfortably upgrade without feeling like you're being gouged. For the next couple of years, only people in higher financial classes will be able to afford building PCs and gaming on PCs with modern technology. And even electronics products that were once upon a time meant to be mass market, whether it's cheaper laptops and PCs, those will go up in prices as well. So even the mass market stuff will become significantly less affordable. People will be paying a lot more than they normally would for what once upon a time used to be pretty financially accessible technology. And all this comes courtesy of AI and the corporate greed and gold rush that's happening surrounding that technology right now. So yeah, thanks AI. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the latest on this whole situation involving consumer electronics prices seeing this ridiculous inflation. I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on all of this in the comments below. And to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
This TikToker just got arrested and charged with 2 felonies after she fatally hit a pedestrian with her car. And she's now facing 16 years of prison with all of her charges combined. And what's even worse is she was live streaming the entire time with an 8-year-old child in the back seat.
I don't know, it was weird, like, so...
Who was that?
You
okay?
Oh.
Who was that?
And then it gets even more disgusting because she got right back on TikTok live and then tried to solicit donations from her viewers after the fact that she ran over a guy.
Yeah, my Cash App up there if y'all want to support.
But something tells me the Cash App donations are not going to help her with the reckless homicide and aggravated use of cell phone charges that she's awaiting trial for. Oh my goodness, I forgot to turn on my light here. Suddenly the lighting got better. And even after ending the life of a 59-year-old man, she's been back online posting AI videos set to sad music, calling her circumstances a trial from God instead of what it is, a crime and just complete negligence on her part. Like, this is a tragedy that should have never happened. Now, you may be thinking, wow, yet another dumb TikTok teenager acting stupid for clout. But if you thought so, you'd actually be very wrong, because today we're talking about 43-year-old Tanisha McCarty Wharton. Why are you 43 years old, allegedly looking and arguing on your stream instead of driving? Again, such a preventable tragedy. But she's also known as Tea Time to her fans, and she runs a TikTok account with about 30,000 followers. And Tanisha posts a variety of content, from personal stories and content from her day job as a teacher to moderating messy talk arguments on live where she refers to herself as the judge. And unfortunately for her, she's now going from LARPing as a judge to facing judgment. And while there's, a decent amount of content on her page, her bread and butter seem to be the TikTok. Obviously, we have little recorded evidence of beyond what she saved and shared herself. But in my opinion, it's fair to say that Tanisha was live streaming a good chunk of her life, since she found it so important that she needed to do it while driving. Her live content wasn't vlogging, however. As you might expect, she was, like I said earlier, moderating other people's arguments and seemed to, insert herself into them as well.
Don't sit up here and act like you don't know what the I'm talking about. Girl,
You going outside
quit
tonight?
playing moderator and go get a job.
Who you talking to, my people?
Yeah, ironically, she really should have taken that advice, because she ended the life of a pedestrian because she was moderating some petty fight on TikTok. Because on November 3rd, 59-year-old Darren Lucas was walking to his Beach Park home after his shift at the local grocery store when he was struck crossing the street by a driver who ran a red light. And that driver was none other than Tanisha, who, unbeknownst to the police at the time, was live streaming the entire thing and sealed both her own and a stranger's fates on camera.
You okay? Who was that? You okay?
Like, come on. If only you weren't live streaming, you would have probably seen that red light. Like, the fact that she also had the green screen effect up to hide the fact that she was driving is also diabolical. But to make things even worse for herself, she had a child in the back. This is awful. You're in the car with your kid. Why are you not talking to the kid and spending time with him instead of moderating strangers on a live stream while driving? But then you hear a muffled, "I just hit someone" from Tanisha before she abruptly ends her live stream. It didn't take long for the news to come out that she in fact actually hit a pedestrian, and he was rushed to the hospital where he was later pronounced dead. Just an awful tragedy. And while it is said that Tanisha remained at the scene and cooperated with police, she did say that she had a green light and that the intersection was dimly lit and she hadn't seen Darren until it was too late. Again, I wonder why she didn't see him nor the light. And, speaking of that, she also apparently refused to let them search her phone, probably because she knew that they would immediately figure out that she had just been live streaming to 14 people. And apparently 14 people is the amount of clout risking someone's life is worth these days, I guess. Like, again, this is just a tragedy, because now a man lost his life and her grandson lost a whole lot of time with their grandmother, who is his guardian. And people who witnessed the live were quick to send clips of this crash to local authorities in days following to help prove that she was distracted and on her phone when all this happened. And all this led to a warrant for her arrest to be issued on Tuesday, December 23rd. And according to this New York Times article, within an hour of the arrest warrant being issued on Tuesday, investigators said they found Miss McCarthy leaving her home with several packed bags. So they barely caught her before she was apparently going to leave. But regardless, Tanisha was taken into custody and booked on felony charges of reckless homicide and aggravated use of communications device resulting in a And at the time, she was being held without a bond. But she lawyered up and had an appearance in court, and this is where her lawyer argued that the evidence is hardly compelling because there's a police report with an eyewitness contradicting the police's claims that she ran a red light. Tanisha's lawyer also said they are overcharging her with reckless homicide, saying, "Of course, I believe that if a person is distracted by some communication device while driving, it is a negligent," he said. "There's no question this is a negligent act, but that doesn't mean it's a reckless act." Yeah, I don't know. I know he's her lawyer and he has to defend her, but it's kind of hard to excuse live streaming while driving and ending someone's life. But either way, Tanisha was released pending her trial on January 20. Transitions. The whole thing just seems completely tasteless and does not make sense. And if you click her link tree, she also writes children's books and self-help books as well. So, interesting. That also goes to show you that you shouldn't always just take the advice of anyone who writes a self-help book. Also, I mean, just look at the titles of these books. I mean, what is going on here? But Tanisha seems like she's trying anything she can to become wealthy and a person of influence, despite the fact that she made led to someone losing their life. Apparently, TikTok doesn't allow you to drive on live, like basically any other live streaming platform. And Tanisha, I guess, used the green screen feature to bypass that. So if she was actually aware that she was using the green screen feature to bypass that, that changes a lot of things here. And unfortunately, the real victims in the story is Tanisha's 8-year-old grandson, who we have to assume was in the video, because she has multiple videos with him and even one where she outlines how she got custody of him. Meaning, if she goes to jail, this kid could actually end up in the foster care system, which is just absolutely awful. So on one side, you obviously have her grandson, but obviously the victim and their family as well. So it's just an awful situation that shouldn't have happened. But like I said, right now, Tanisha, she's awaiting for trial on January 27th, and I'll let you guys know if anything happens. So feel free to drop a like on this video, and I'll keep you guys up to date on what's going on here. Subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
You know, I'm sure this says more about me as a creator than it does about the content that I create, but I'm never 100% sure when a video is going to pop off. I can kind of guess when it's going to do well, but I can never guess when it's going to just go off, especially when it comes to engagement. But this last video I made, the Windows 11 rant, where I talked about my personal feelings about Windows 11 and why I feel like Microsoft as a company has pushed a lot of people to look for other alternatives. Oh my God, that video got over 1,000 comments in 3 days. And for better or for worse, I read all of them. And to some degree, it felt like... But there were some things that were brought up that I felt like were worth addressing, and there were also some things I brought up that I felt like maybe I could have talked about a little more. And so what I did is, after reading through all of them, I distilled them down into a handful of specific points that people were trying to make in the comments, and I figured that I would make a comment review, not addressing people directly, but generally addressing the ideas that people brought forward. Because if I addressed every comment directly, well, it would be... Yeah, and I'm sure some of the comments would probably get this video flagged for TOS. So with that being said, let's go ahead and talk about some of the things that you all brought up in the previous video and how I feel about those things, or maybe it'll give me the opportunity to dive a little deeper on some other things that maybe I didn't touch on enough in the video itself. So let's get started. Number one, people hate Copilot. And this is actually something I probably could have talked a little bit more about in the video. I touched on Copilot a little bit during that video, but not as much as I think people were potentially expecting, especially considering how much Microsoft is pushing for Copilot to be the AI that everybody uses with Windows. The thing is, I have a video that I'm writing right now that is going to kind of discuss my feelings on AI as it is right now, and my opinions on potentially differentiating between things like AI, where you have generative and that kind of stuff, and machine learning, which is where things basically are used for menial tasks that artists already know how to do, but it takes more time for them to do it than a machine. I have a whole video about that, but yeah, I could have talked about Copilot a little bit more, especially when it comes to something like Recall, which was a feature added for Copilot where basically it took a screenshot of your desktop as you were using it every few minutes. It dedicated what I would consider to be an unreasonable chunk of your storage. I think it was like 5%, but honestly, any percent is too much. It allocated a certain amount of space on your drive to save those screenshots, and the idea was kind of cool, where basically if you forgot something that you were looking at earlier, instead of going through your web browser history, which most people would do because that's just the logical thing to do, you can type in sort of natural language, hey, what was I looking at this time? It was something about this, and Copilot can kind of search it up. But the problem, or I should say problems, are twofold. Number one, people really don't like the idea of having screenshots of their desktop taken every few minutes to be put into storage that could otherwise be used for other things, but is now being used for a tool that they really don't like. But number two was that when Microsoft rolled this out, I believe it was the preview they rolled out, there was nothing really encrypted. Like, yeah, it was in hex, so the average user would open this up and just see text that made no sense. But if you dumped it into a hex editor, you could just see what was going on in plain text. And when it came to the screenshots, yeah, they didn't look like anything until you put them in the hex editor, and then you could see what file type they were, add the file extension at the end, and then boom, there it is, just a photo. Linus Tech Tips did a whole video on this where they actually showed the improvements between the first Recall and the newest Recall, but the thing is, that is a big turnoff for a lot of people, myself included. Regardless, yes, I could have gone maybe a little deeper into what was going on with Microsoft's AI,
Man,
but
there's still quite lots
I
of
already
things I have
touched
to work
on
with,
in the video
but
my
I
problem
think I
generally
did quite
with
a
AI,
lot of good
especially
job in
nowadays,
here.
where
Let me add
multi-billion-dollar
one more
companies get, well, we have to pay more and more for their products.
What kind of chat
even though
template
they
do you
are
guys
causing the
want?
problems that increase the price of the products, i.e. the RAM prices going up due to investments in AI, and those chips going to AI data centers, causing other products that we as consumers use to go up because now there's a shortage in RAM chips, also causing something like the Xbox to be price bumped for the 4th time. Anyway, yes, I could have gone more into AI, and I will in another video. Subscribe so you don't miss it. Number two, another comment that I saw a lot was just customize Windows 11 and remove all the things that you don't like. yes, that is something you can do. And this kind of goes into something that I try to do on this channel a lot, which is I oftentimes speak to the average consumer. I try to speak to the average consumer in my videos. I want people who happen across my video to understand the basics of what I'm saying, or potentially even understand more complicated things. And I try to explain it in a way that they can understand it even if they don't have deep technical knowledge. Now, the other thing is though, a lot of the content I make attracts very techie people. Probably like yourself if you're watching this video and saw the Windows 11 video and left one of these comments. But the thing is, I understand that you can debloat Windows. I also understand that every time I have debloated Windows, stuff reappears after updates and I have to do it again, which is its own irritating thing, whether you're not tech savvy or whether you are tech savvy. But when I'm talking about things that irritate me in Windows, I'm also trying to point out how these things can be irritating to the average consumer. So yes, I can debloat Windows. I can go and uninstall a bunch of stuff. In fact, I usually do, and I have for years, even when they started doing that with Windows 10. I, as the sort of techie member of the family, have always been the person to do that for the average user. My uncles, my aunts, my grandparents, I've done that for everybody. And it's irritating for me because I have to, and it's irritating for them because they understand that these are things they didn't want, but they also understand that they need some help getting rid of it because they don't want it, but they don't know how to get rid of it. Which actually takes me to the third comment I saw a lot of, which was, why not just get Windows 11 Pro? Because Windows 11 Pro doesn't have any of this stuff. And again, I say, that is completely fine for the techie people if you want to pay or you want to go with Windows 11 Pro because that removes a lot of stuff, adds local accounts, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that is a perfect alternative for now, because again, we don't know how long Windows is going to keep it that way, when they're going to require it to be more like Windows 11 Home, blah, blah, blah. But the average consumer is not going to run Windows 11 Pro. My sister-in-law, her computer is sitting right here because we share the same desk. When she does work up here, I'm doing stuff elsewhere. She has Windows 11 and it's a standard version of Windows 11. And we looked into Pro options and she felt like she really didn't need any of it, so we went with standard Windows 11. Because I couldn't convince her to go with Macs or Linux. And like the thing is, I understand that when I make these videos and hundreds or thousands of people see them, there are going to be the techie people like you and I, and there are also going to be the average consumers. And I try to talk to them as much as I talk to you, but I don't want to talk over their heads, but I don't want to talk below you all. So I try to strike a middle ground because especially in the tech space, when you want something to change, you have to talk to the people who have the purchasing power as much as you talk to the niche side of things. Because look, your average consumer is going to have significantly more purchasing power. And if you point out to them that the options that they're looking at are not that great and you offer them some alternatives that might be very user-friendly, they are going to look at that and more people are going to shift that way, which will begin to influence decisions on companies. Timothy sitting in his basement running Arch Linux on a third generation i7 machine that he built 20 years ago is not going to be the purchasing power difference. But grandma running her HP Stream will be the difference. So yeah, to address those two comments, just remove what you don't like and buy Windows 11 Pro. You can do that. That is totally fine. I have done it myself. But the average consumer won't, and that's the point. All right, next up, number 4. I think it's number 4 because I didn't number these. You do pay for Windows, it's not free. And the other half of this was Linux is free and you're not the product. So in my other video, I talked about how generally if a product is free, it's not the product, you're the product. And I knew while I was editing that there were going to be comments pointing out that Linux is free and that you're not the product. But I also realized that I mentioned that Windows upgrades were free, and I didn't really think much of it. But a lot of people pointed out that yes, you do pay for Windows, which I thought was kind of obvious when I pointed out that there is a paid little physical card you can buy for Windows, but I guess people missed that. But in reality, that should actually make people more frustrated because I pointed out that you can just freely upgrade Windows 10 to 11 if you have a machine that supports Windows 10 and 11. And the only time it becomes an issue is if your machine doesn't support Windows 11, then you have to go buy a machine, but that machine comes with Windows because the cost of an OEM license is rolled into the cost of the machine. But in reality, yes, Windows is still a paid product. You paid for a copy and got an upgrade, or you paid for a machine and the cost of the OS was rolled in, and yet they are still advertising to you. That should make you even more frustrated, because if you are one of the suckers who did pay the full price for it, I'd be really pissed. You paid $200 for an OS that literally is advertising to you on a product you paid for. That's ridiculous. But then of course you have the other half of this comment, which is that Linux is free and you're not the product, which is true. That is completely true. You are not the product, but I wouldn't consider Linux free. Now, yes, it is free monetarily.
I should listen to the Epic, the musical. Oh. So many epics. They're all so long. I need an audiobook version. I need to be like, you know, those, whatchamacallit, those YouTube summaries. 20-minute summaries. Oh, happy birthday! Ugh. Okay. Yeah, having random like knowledge of mythologies and stuff is so fun randomly, out of nowhere. It's the OG anime. I guess in a way, it's like one of the earliest forms of storytelling. I do wanna read more into like Norse mythology though, because I don't know too much about it. I know some, like Ragnarok and like Asgard, and like some of the characters' names. But I don't know too much about it. Like the War of the Gods, Ragnarok. there's like the different worlds or layers of the world. Is that what it is? And then like stuff like what's it? Niflheim, the icy world. Midgard, realms, the 9 realms. Yeah, the world tree, Yggdrasil. Yeah.
Man, there's still quite a lot of stuff I have to make.
Big snake. What's the name of the big snake? I should know it. If I see it, I know what it is. Jormungand. Yeah.
There's still quite a lot of things I have to fix it up, but so far I think everything is really nice at the moment.
Is there a manga series named that? The one with the white-haired weapons dealer? I remember it being pretty good, but it's been a while. The ending was meh. Nahoto? You know what series I kind of miss? Darker Than Black. I hope they make a season 2. I see you. I see you. There's that one series, manga series, that I remember it being pretty good, but it's been so long that finally got an anime announced. Siren. I might go revisit the manga just to remind myself of what the story was. But I think it was like one of the series that was on like the top list for like manga and series they want to be turned into an anime for the longest time. They finally is getting an anime adaptation. Yeah. I miss Kekkaishi. Oh, you just unlocked a core memory. Kekkaishi. Do you guys know Kekkaishi? Oh. Wow. And you know what else? Air gear. Wow. Now all the older anime core memories just returning to me. Law Wiki, yes, the one where the protagonist turns garbage into trees, right? Oh, I'm remembering. And Zatch Bell. Zatch Bell had that one legendary song that would be questionable in this time, in this day and age. I still remember it.
Oh, by the way, I'm still here. You guys can interact with me if you wanted to. I'm just testing out lots of stuff at the moment, so everything is just like, I might not be able to 100% reply to you all, but I still can try my best to do something, you know? I'm not just here for, like, look pretty, okay? And you have my own version of it. It's kind of the same, but also different at the
Does
same
anyone know
time.
Gosick? Yes! Ah, that's also nostalgic.
I think I need new monitors. Hold on a little bit. Going to change this.
Oh wow, we're going down memory lane right now. We are archaic.
Thinking about something
watching
that
a
can be
random
very fun to
Pokemon
do it,
video
but
the other
it might be
day,
a little bit difficult to
and
pull it
talking about
off.
Pokemon Sapphire. They're like, Pokemon Sapphire released over 20 years ago. I'm just like,
You know what? We can try it. We can try it. Hold on.
no, it did not. What do you mean? What? 10 years ago, right? It's like basically 10 years ago. Maybe I was looking at a video from the future. Right, it must have been from the future. Pokemon series is 30 this year. So many series turned 30 this year. Isn't it also Persona 30th anniversary? Zelda's also 30? Wow. 30 is the age of the man. Zelda is older than 30. It seems older than 30. Right? Zelda is 40. Oh, we're going up a decade. I see. Oh my goodness. Evangelion is also 30. That's true. I think I'm seeing some Eva news. Or seen Eva news recently. Oh. My bones, they're creaking. Did you see Last Exile by chance? I did! Last Exile. Haven't heard that in a while either. Really makes me wanna rewatch some stuff. There was like a much older series that I remember. I don't really remember the name of the series. I feel like I might have mentioned it before. But it's like one of the OG isekais. Would you consider it isekai? I think I would consider it isekai. No. I think it's earlier than Hack. Hazard, I think. I'm pretty sure. I only remember because like when I was little, I think it was one of my cousins had it playing, and I was like, oh. Wow, blast of the past. Wait, this is also 1995. What happened in 1995 to create all these masterpieces. What happened? 90s, the golden era. Yeah, have I just been repeating the same song? I might have been. Oh yeah, I definitely was. Fushigi Yugi. Ah, that's something I haven't heard in so long. Was that the show with the Suzaku priestess? Yeah! With the different priestesses? So this. That's how, like, one of the ways I practiced drawing back in the day, because I would borrow the manga and like underneath it, I would and then like trying to draw the panels. 懐かしい。That's how I like read so much manga back in the day, I think. Just borrowed it from the library. I've been actually thinking about making a library card in Japan. Because I've been buying most of my books these days. But I'm just like, I shouldn't have too many books here. Yeah. And then like, I don't want to buy like children's books, right? Where I want to read, like learn how to read properly. I was thinking of getting some children's books. But I was like, I don't want to own a whole bunch of children's books randomly. I was like, huh, but I could probably get a library card. it's not about people judging me. It's like I would have no one to really give it to, or like I would have to go out and resell it if I don't want it anymore. Yeah. And I do prefer like an actual physical book to a digital book. I mean, sometimes if the book is good enough, I end up buying a digital copy anyway, so I can read it anyway. Yeah, it is a bit troublesome when I want to read a lot when I'm traveling. I'm just like, I already have enough stuff in my luggage. And books are heavy. I remember one of my first solo trips to Japan. Returning home, my luggage was so overweight because of all the books I bought. I was like, oopsies. Can't blame Pastina though. Books are great. But it's kind of like you know, when you become an adult, you end up like doing things that you couldn't do, or you wanted to do but you couldn't when you were a kid. Or younger. It's like, for me, that was like collecting art books, etc. And like I would only be able to get like one art book a year with the money I saved up. Because one, like, online ordering wasn't really a thing until much later. So like I would have to wait for a convention or something to go and get like an art book of a Japanese artist, for example. But that was not possible all year. I would save and save until I could go, and then I would visit, or if I could be lucky, that a stall would have an art book for sale. And I would go and ponder which one I would buy this year. And yeah, it is pretty overpriced at conventions. But it can't be helped because that was literally the only place I would ever get, you know, cute. I thought all 4 of us have outfits. Oh, left hand, natural desk. Sorry. My apologies. Can't wait to see you all 4 of you hunt again. I know! I've been waiting to hunt with everyone again. Can help Laura and Gigi catch up. New song coming out tomorrow. Not exactly sure when the MV is gonna release, but at the very least, the digital release or the digital streaming services release is around 23 hours and 30 minutes. And if the MV's been released, we'll see. I'll let you guys know.
Hello. Who's there?哦，你要讲中文。事实上，我不是讲中文啊，在马来西亚我们是讲华语。我懂，我有点老了，说我的中文不是这样中。加上做马来西亚人，你的华语肯定是或者讲中文是掺人的东西。有一点广东话在里面呢，有点中文在里面呢，有点马来文在里面，有点英文在里面呢。
Hopefully the MV will drop before then. I just
什么文都有。
guaranteed at the moment.
马来西亚华人，你 basically 是什么语言都会讲啊，差不多。
It might be the same for all regions. Who knows? I guess we'll find out.
等下先啊，我没有开我的 camera 的时候，你们是什么东西看不到了？我只是在做这些。啊，这样子的话你不应该大声说出来。
The MV situation is very giddy giddy. Yes.
谁知道？有可能 Twitch 还跑去找你。
But I have hope. I believe.
先啊，我的 model 不会动啦，只是我在研究着怎样把我的东西变成 3D。我本身都是3D model 来的，现在我只是做很多东西。我没有看这东西这么多啊，所以我最多只是知道黄明志，或者是你可以叫他另外一个名字那妹威。我只是知道他是因为我的朋友听他的歌。啪嗒，咦？
do though. So maybe I'll make like a cheer guide video.
OK，回来了。按多了几样东西，搞到整个 screen crash 。OK， 这是要 group 了 selected item group 了过后叫它 Vtuber TV， 然后加个 filters 3D panel。我需要来个 3D block 还是 3D panel 好一点？试下先。3D panel 没这么好。下过没 ？Corner radius。就行了。然后我的 YouTube 又给卡断了，等等。那你现在看到这里，全部东西都是OBS 弄的 3D 的，我可以做到很多东西。哒哒，讲真，我现在是看着 OBS， 我现在看着 YouTube 然后做我的东西，所以你也一直看到它的隔壁。那我的右上角的隔壁啊，你会看到一些 video， 我在开着来看，一边看一边做东西。
20% of videos shown to new YouTube, interesting, to new YouTube users is AI slop. Apparently there's a study that found this. It suggests that we try it in an incognito tab.
I thought, why don't we do a fun little casual experiment?
Would this make us a new user?
A non-scientific experiment. I mean, it seems to think we are a new user. Is this seriously what?
This is how it goes. This is unironically how it goes.
This is the first time accessing YouTube experience?
Yep.
I
have experienced this recently. This is how it goes.
Try searching to get started. No, I won't.
No, you will. I bet you can go on Shorts. I bet you Shorts will work. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Is it AI slop or not?
I don't want to do all Shorts. This does not seem like AI slop. I would technically have no way of knowing for sure. I mean, it doesn't have to be AI to be slop.
What?
Oh my god, who cares?
Short talk, dude.
Okay. What is this? Is this a new Shorts format? This square? Like, is
interesting.
Is this thing on the left just like Subway Surfers? Like,
yeah, it must be.
Okay.
No.
This is an ad.
Sick, dude. Is this line dancing?
I don't know, but it's pretty good. This has so many filters on it that it's hard to tell the difference between this and AI. Like literally can't really tell the difference. That looks real.
That's clogging?
Hey,
okay, sure.
It's this thing again.
These big ones.
It's this thing. So there's just like...
That's interesting.
It's just like kind of oddly satisfying stuff on the left.
And there's a blur between it.
Yeah.
And they've all had blurs between it.
So the idea is just that you... Okay. My brain just kind of hurts right now. You know what? I gotta say, it doesn't seem like
I'm not seeing a ton of AI slop.
I'm not. This could
not
be
not obvious AI slop.
I mean, there's definitely
This is
AI
Omega
powered
filters.
filter garbage. Oh,
Yeah.
this is sponsored. Okay, so that's an ad.
This is not going to be AI slop either.
Okay, all right. So
we didn't get much, but we only looked at shorts.
yeah, we only looked at shorts. Okay, if I go back, oh hey, look at this. If I go back to home,
Now you've looked at shorts, so now you can see it.
yep. Okay,
So that's not slop.
nope. Well, it's not AI. Ryan
Okay.
Trahan is. I actually don't know. Are his videos good?
I have no idea.
Okay, cool. I opened a fake McDonald's
It's
drive-through.
not slop.
I mean, that logo looks like AI slop.
Okay,
I
but
guess. Yeah. Okay, ad.
We didn't get any in the shorts, but as far as my understanding goes, there's an incredible amount in shorts.
Yeah.
Is that Outdoor Boys again?
What's Outdoor Boys?
Let's go.
Oh, this. Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Okay, so that's real.
Not AI slop.
Ad.
Confirmed.
Not AI slop. So is
We're
this...
really not getting 20%.
So here's a question. I mean, okay. This is AI. I've seen these before. This just like crap hits a window, garbage.
Got it. Okay.
So that's one.
That thing on the end with the boba tea thing definitely might be, but I don't think we should click on it to check.
Really?
I don't know.
I think we
Really
should click on
want
it to check.
I don't know, dude. It looks like probably to me.
Yeah, I think this is probably.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep.
That last one.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so in this one, we're at 40% AI slop right here.
Shorts in my interpretation, which I have a thing that blocks shorts now, but shorts were a lot of it. Especially, I started getting into some Warhammer lore stuff while I was working on things, just listening to it.
Yeah.
And there is an incredible amount of AI voiced, AI art Warhammer stuff, which is unfortunate.
So I was actually about to say, I do wonder if part of the reason that new users are getting shown such a high percentage of AI slop is that this is your brains. That's what they click on and enjoy.
Dang.
Because we can see here that while there is clearly AI slop that's just going to be shown to you immediately on the platform.
I'm also wondering when this study happened, because if it was around Christmas time, I don't know when the study captured its data. I know it came out sort of around Christmas time. Yeah, Saturday, 27th of December. A lot of the like Yule log videos were very clearly AI slop. Like one that we saw had, it was snowing in the fireplace. Because it was snowing outside out the window, and it was also snowing in the fireplace.
The really frustrating part about that is that the greatest Yule log video already exists, so it's not necessary for any new Yule log videos to be made.
We were talking about this before the show. I think there's one critical error and one minor error with this video.
This is the only Yule log video that you'll ever need.
With the actual video itself, I think there is, one critical error, one minor error.
Because it is available in 8K, meaning that it is ready for any future TV you may ever own. Quality Yule log video.
My sick brain can't think of it right now.
Good, because this is a perfect...
Dennis and Linus things.
The stockings.
The stockings are very out of place.
No, they're exactly where they belong.
No, they're weird.
They're in the perfect place, and if you criticize this Yule log video, you're basically...
No, they're weird.
You're basically saying that the slop videos need to exist.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
That's basically it.
Nope. So there's no Christmas music on it. There's just crackling fire, which is pretty sick. But for people that want Christmas music, that means you need another thing playing the music, which might be okay. We worked around that. We did. We Bluetooth pucked the receiver.
Oh, did you really?
And played Christmas music, and then had that on the TV. But every single time I've put it on, someone has commented that the stockings are weird. every single time I put it on.
I'll tell you what. Here's what we could do.
And every place that I've gone that has had a Yule log video playing, and I'm like, hey, there's this better one, I can put it on. They go, oh, but it doesn't have the music. And I'm like, and then that was worth fixing at my parents' place with the Bluetooth plug, blah, 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 but it's not necessarily even really possible elsewhere. These are my concerns.
All right, I'll tell you what, okay? We get AI to generate us an 8-hour Christmas song. And we get AI to generate us a new stocking, and then you'll be happy.
Like, I understand the music licensing is like a huge problem, which is why it isn't there. And personally, I actually really just like the firecracking.
Yeah, this is quality.
I think it's great.
This is as nature intended.
But the people have spoken and they want music, and this has been a problem for me. I feel like I'm going to have to start having like a default kit that I go to Christmas events with that has Bluetooth pucks in it.
No, it's the children that are wrong. I couldn't be the one who's out of touch.
The stockings, though, I get it. The stockings are pretty weird.
The stockings are a little weird, I think.
Stockings are pretty weird. Tech all of that
with AI.
You could also solve it with not AI, because you could just like basically sticker on a stocking on top of it.
We could do that. Yeah, we could do different stockings. We could put some music on it, or hear me out. We already spent enough money on this stupid, weird project. I shouldn't say stupid.
It's actually pretty sick.
Because it is
a good video.
The pitch was kind of brilliant. At the time, YouTube was heavily rewarding watch time, both in terms of AdSense and in terms of like channel promotion. So this was a James initiative. He was like, we should do a tech Yule log.
I think it's awesome. I'm very happy that we have one.
We'll do the highest resolution Yule log ever. And I was like,
fantastic.
Let it never be said that I don't, provide the support that's needed for out-of-the-box projects. Go for it. And so we made it. I think it was him and Brandon that basically like camped out there for 8 hours stoking the fire. And it's sure that like
freaking awesome.
That the camera media kept getting changed and stuff.
Partway through the video, a log falls out of the fire.
Oh yeah, there's some stuff that happens.
You can see some like spikes in the video timeline because people clearly scrubbed through it to find it. So I went to the biggest one, which I think is when it happens. The video's so long, though, I'm trying to snipe the right timestamp.
Oh yeah, 100%. I don't know when it happened. And this is probably stored on tape somewhere for most of the year, and then makes its way to the Edge servers. Oh, you know what? There's probably someone in the comments has it. Pretty much guarantee that.
Yep.
Oh. Okay,
boink,
hold
boink.
on. Back to your laptop. Oh, well, okay, we missed it, Luke.
It's okay. Wait.
Okay.
Just wait.
I'm waiting.
Just wait.
I'm waiting.
Wait! You need to have patience.
I have patience.
In the holiday season. There it goes.
Oh, yikes.
Bang. And it starts smoking like crazy. And then our hero enters left, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's where he was sitting. And this is why we needed to make sure we were supervising this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, it took a while to figure out what to do about it.
Just in case you thought this wasn't a real, an actual fireplace, real U-log video.
Yep.
But one of the logs fell out. So yes, it is.
And if you ever see a Yule log video where another log falls out, I pretty much guarantee you it was AI trained on ours.
Yeah. There's a dog that wanders around every once in a while and stuff. Wow, he really takes his time. It really burnt in there. I assumed he was just off camera, like reading a book or something, but
I've never actually
skipping forward
seen this to see how long it takes to. Are you a full minute?
Oh yeah.
Further in?
Whoa. Was he in like the kitchen or the bathroom or something? I've brought up where he picks up the log, but I always scrub to find it. I didn't check the comments because I'm dumb.
So did he just wait for it to go out?
Wow. I'm getting quite far into it being down there.
Yeah, yes, that is an EVGA card on the left. Wait, are you just queuing up the skip? Has it actually skipped? Oh no, okay.
It usually skips instantly.
Yeah, okay. All right. Wow, I'm mesmerized. I want to know what's going to happen.
You can actually see the skipping in the fireplace.
Yeah, you can if you're good, I guess. I'm just not.
Whoa, dude.
I need to get good.
Whoa, dude. Come on.
How many minutes into this are we? I mean, I guess if it's clearly not lighting anything on fire, then if you don't have
258, someone's saying?
A big grabber.
We're jumping way ahead.
Okay. Oh boy. It's struggling to load what you already Oh.
It's still there.
Wait. He put a new log in, but didn't pick that one up? And there was a grabber the whole time?
Wait, new login.
Yeah, there's a new log in there. You have to authenticate it in your email. What?
All right. Well,
Hey, that's the first ding of the new year.
I skipped too far back now, so I'm gonna go back up.
Way to go, Luke.
Let's see what happens. So we're at 258 now.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Nice reindeer ears.
I love how he
comes in with the tongs. There's like a melted
and
spot.
yeah, you can see it, and that's on a pelt, by the way.
Oh God. Did we ever compensate whoever's pelt that is?
I have no idea.
Ah, okay. Yikes.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Man, this is a lot of work. Someone better give me some money.
Not like they had. I went into like a game store, whatever, and they didn't have the Switch 2. They had a picture of the Switch 2, and it was like empty boxes on the shelves, like a bunch of empty boxes, right? And I was like, so do you guys have it? It's like, no, but you can order it. Yeah, it's like. It was literally like the Pirates of the Caribbean. It's not a key. It's a picture of the key. It's not a Switch 2. It's a picture of the Switch 2. And I was like, oh my God.
Husks with a logo on top.
Bro.
Also, excuse me, but I need to ask customer service to buy a router. Just let me exchange my money for the item that you very obviously sell. Anytime I'm told I need to contact customer service, I consider it a lost battle. Nothing exists in this world that is worth descending the trenches. That is a customer service phone call.
Live chat. Always live chat. If there's no live chat, I'm not talking to them. Then I don't want the service. It's either live chat or nothing.
Companies have put it together that if everything inconvenient and frustrating, set up enough.
Live chat is AI now. I know. It's so useless. I know.
Cryptic hoops to make people jump through, waste as much time as possible. People will just give up, and they don't have to deal with anything. It's sick. Once I needed to call a plumber, but was only allowed to go through a very specific company for the service.
What?
So I called in, sat on hold for 40 minutes, as to be expected, and finally got connected to someone. Hello, what can I help you with today? Hi, I was calling to make a service appointment.
Princess
sounds good.
Peach!
I'm gonna check our calendar and call back with our availabilities. Okay, thank you. And so I waited.
Yeah, at least in the UK, if you buy the phone or tight from the manufacturer, you pay like $999. If you buy it from the service provider, it's like $3,000. At least for mine, it would have been.
Damn. Okay, we are not gloating with the UK, okay? You guys are in a pickle. This is the least of your problems.
For 2 days. And she never called me back. So, of course, I call back, sit on hold for another 40 minutes, and try again. Hello, what can I help you with today? Hi, I'm calling to make a service appointment. I called before, but no one called me back, so I wanted to follow up on that. Okay, let me check. We're available in a month at 7 a.m. Oh, okay. Are there no other times available? Nope. All right.
Nope, get fucked. You're not flushing for a month. Congratulations.
I can do in a month at 7 a.m. Thank you very much. Awesome. Exactly what I wanted. A month comes and goes, and the day before the appointment, I get a call from the plumbing company. Hello, I'm calling to let you know the person that was scheduled to do your service appointment is sick and will have to cancel it.
No.
Okay. When's the next available appointment?
In a month.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, I was fuming, right? How hard could it be to get a very specific company to provide a service they forced me to use them for? Well, get this. I woke up the next morning at 10 a.m. because I didn't have to wake up early anymore, looked at my phone, and saw a single missed call from, of course, the plumbing company. Hello, the plumber arrived at the location this morning at 6 a.m. but left because no one was home. Please call back to reschedule. Thank you. Guys, I can't even
Oh my god. I really hope that she's just exaggerating these stories. Oh, my anger issues would never.
What I was feeling that moment, because if I did, this would be the last video of my career.
Jesus.
A service appointment is all I ask. For my sink that is dissolving at this point. Also, we're completely brushing over the fact they arrived an hour early for the canceled appointment, so I would have missed it anyway. And just like that, it was all back at square one. And you know what? I gave up. Congratulations, plumbing company. You won! The trophy? My sink is broken. I was justifiably feeling...
I don't quite understand. Why can't she just get, like, any companies? What, is this like an American thing? Is this like a Hoa thing that you are only allowed a certain company? I don't quite understand that. Or why? Wait, the Hoa actually can tell you what kind of plumber company you are allowed to use? I thought that's just like limited how your house looks like from the outside. Bro, are you guys crazy? What? Listen, just throw these people out of the country. Just yeet them across the border. Put them into the Bermuda Triangle. Jesus Christ.
Feeling upset, so I wanted to go out and get myself those Pillsbury Halloween cookies with the pumpkins and ghosts on them because it was the season. I looked online to see if the grocery store had them, and the website said, in stock, confirmed in the past hour. So I got dressed, drove over, and lo and behold, the store had 0 Halloween cookies. I did the same charade 2 more times until I just went home and cried. What's the point anymore? Really, my car doesn't work. The stores don't work. The litter box needs Wi-Fi. I'm just so tired. We're doomed to be wrong of every single dollar we have. Cursed to scroll endlessly on social media because it's evil now. It's nothing good anymore. We're being left behind over here, and no one can do it.
My favorite is, I have a subscription for my Twitter. Big stunts and it gives a And even though I'm subscribed, sometimes I still get ads. And if I don't get ads, I get recommended accounts that I don't fucking care about. But I don't see the accounts I'm following. I only see the accounts that I don't want to see. And I'm just like, what's the point? Why? What the fuck?
Anything about it cares. I don't want to get too doomer in the silly animated YouTube video. Sorry, maybe a bit of reality started to seep in there between the funny little stories. Quickly, I'm going to talk about things that do spark joy in my life. There's been an influx of people going back to old tech as a way to step out of the overwhelming and predatory modern innovation era, and I am also on that boat. A while back, I started playing on my old 3DS, and something about using a classic
She's Animal Crossing Ginga. Oh my god, we are just like the same. For real.
Handheld rewires my brain in the best way. Being all bundled up with your DS, no second monitor content, maybe some snacks. It feels like my mind gets to heal from the constant rot, cleansed from the addicting flashing colors and stimuli of current media. Another way I heal from the evils is by seeing all of my best friends. Truly going.
Okay, this is where she lost me. What do you mean? Meeting with people, going out, socializing, forming healthy habits? Nah, man. Yeah, in this economy, nah. Ew.
Out and being with people in real life is the medicine that heals all. I'm not joking. No matter how much the world breaks me down, a good hangout with friends to vent and blow off steam really does take the edge off. And getting to turn annoying moments that piss you off into something to share with your friends as a funny story is a great way to laugh it off and just move on.
I don't think so. I am mentally ill. I am going to scroll on TikTok till I cannot keep my eyes open. And then I will fall asleep. And then the next day, life moves on. And I will be miserable.
I'm sure many other people have their own ways to break free from the ever-looming capitalist clutches. But overall, I've just been trying to go back to basics, depend on things less, not constantly overwhelm my senses. I think it's unfortunate that a lot of us have gotten to the point where we need to police ourselves in what we consume because everything is trying to be the most addictive little parasite ever created by humans with no empathy.
That's true. I will give it to you. I kind of miss the time when people created experiences that you got a game, you played it, and you could finish it, put it down, and move on. Now everything wants you, daily logins. You have to log in because you're going to miss out. There's always FOMO. And it's like,
But until the
it
pendulum
is.
eventually swings back the other way, it is possible to break out of the bubble. And if you've been feeling similarly to me, I recommend giving it a try.
Filters. Color key. Yeah, it's gonna key out the white. Custom colors. Just the white color getting key out. shaders. Kind of is a new layout. It's just that when I'm working, sometimes I don't really need to like, since I'm not entertaining any other people or anything. I'm kind of like creating like a working stream that is like I'll do a lot of work like off stream, but obviously like you sort of like still can see the screen I'm kind of working on. I'm currently trying to like find a good way to create a good, you know, this thing, but yeah, it's a little bit difficult. Can I put it in here? If I put it in here, the VCR effect is gone. Let me try to delete this thing, and then I need to add some, maybe. Oh, by the way, everything here is in OBS. Yeah, I'm made using OBS. I'm not using any like 3D things, pre-made stuff. I can manipulate them anytime I want. I'm going to make something awesome in the futures, but yeah. Where was I again? Ah, yes. Turn this thing into something else. Retro effect. Okay, I'm gonna add some retro effect into the base of the screen. Let's have a CTR moment. Let's have the CTR moment bloom size. Then threshold intensity. The CTR thingy. Ooh. Nope. Yeah, not working. CTR not working. Let's go for NTST doesn't work too. VHS, yes. Let's see this. Let's have a mid-size, max-size, occurrence, size. Okay. No. Let's go for digital glitch or analog glitch. Hey, who knows? Might works better than I think. Too much. Too much. How about digital glitch? Okay, let's put this at the very beginning above. Man, at this point, I really do not know like the effect I can go for this one. Like if I do it like this. Oh, it's just... Now I know why I didn't see anything. This thing is just too fucking bright. VHS. Okay. Let's see. BTS. Noise. it in here. Then put the analog voltage. That. How about we use polarizations? No. Jittering. This is not how deterring work. Bloom? No, the bloom I need it to be like, you know, on and off. Scanline? Hey, so how was the thing that I did? I feel like I did lots of work. All the shading, all the textures, all this and that yada stuff. I did quite a lot of things. Between of this and that. I think the retro effect thingy, I need to like... Yep. And then with this, I can choose and then put, yes, I can watch stuff while I'm working. Man, gosh dang it, here's the thing, like my YouTube, my OBS right now is like eating up my entire like GPU sections. If I switch to a different scene, it immediately dropped. But if I just stream in this scene, like holy fuck, everything is like my GPU is like running at 90%. I need to delete some of the things that will kind of like run my stuff to the ground. Can I drop the... If I remove the shadow, it would use like way less, right? Yes, because I am running a lot of shadow stuff that is like a very complex shadow thingy. Maybe I can drop the usage of the GPU by just removing most of the shadows. Is the light the one that kind of like crashing the thing? Maybe I have to like remove the ring light. Depends. Let's see how much like the ring light cost. Holy shit, the ring light itself costs like 10%? That's a lot. That's a lot. Is it because of the intensity of the light? Or is it the 3D effect? Okay, I removed the 3D effect. No, in fact the 3D effect sort of like increased it further, like how the fuck? No, didn't do jack shit. So is the glow of the ring light a little bit too much? Yep, dropping the intensity of like the glow does help a little bit. Maybe just kill off the glow. Yeah, the glow in this one, this thing like, oh my gosh. I'm trying to see like, does auto help? Nope, auto kind of like just fluctuated a lot. I mean, like in my GPU run threshold and stuff. Ooh. Yep. It's much more easier right now. Okay, if I have this thing on, would it be even worse? I'm turning on my camera and try to move. Usually, having a camera like increase the intensity of the GPU usage. And obviously, I'm moving too. Oh my gosh. I'm not moving properly at all. Oh. It's too intensive. Remind me of last time I tried to make my battle stations. Holy heck, why am I using the video broadcast? Okay, now it's a little bit less intensive. Should be working way more better. Holy moly. Everything should be working much more better right now. If I press record, like, will this thing explode? Let's try it. Immediately I'm seeing encoder overload. A noise. Hold on a little bit. I need to do some setting. I need to my teleport. Oh my gosh, I hope everything should be functioning now. Alright, let's try again. 3, 2, 1, start recording. Hey, starting work. Alright there. Hello there, everyone. As you guys can see, this entire thing that I created so far, you can see like there's a YouTube right behind me in the corner, this and that stuff. If any one of you guys want me to add a little bit more, like this and that, a little bit this or that, like remember, let me know. I think at the moment I'm fine with the stuff I have. I tried to erase a shadow to see like how is it like affecting like my entire streaming setup. So far I could say this thing is working well. It's working well at the moment. And everything I have, like if you guys don't know about this, okay? If you guys first time seeing this, you didn't know the process that I've been through. Everything here, okay? Everything here is individually plugin from using like 3D plugin. Not 3D plugin. That's like a plugin called 3D Panel and 3D Block. I do like quite a lot of stuff that is that's working on this thing a lot. Aside from the chair is not 3D, which is on the bottom right corners, everything is, okay? Should I add the animations that I'm doing the drawing? I wanted to, but I don't think my computers can handle it. Like running an additional one more animation. I have so many things running on this. Technically, the thing that kind of like eats up most of my performance is the fucking ring light. You can see actually the ring light have so many things that in there. I feel like I might have to one day choose not to have the ring light. I'm not even kidding about this. The ring light itself is just ooh. Let me try to find where the heck is the ring light. Found it. Okay. This is the ring light. The moment I turn this off, like my entire computer become like way more smoother. But without, like I really want to add something in there, and it's animated too. It's like, you know, I added quite a lot of stuff to make it like animated. If I spin this thing, I kind of afraid to spin this thing. Okay, if I spin this, what would happen actually? Wee, wee. Man, that's like so many things that I have to like do it too. And yeah, like all the monitors, all stuff like this and that, yeah, the other stuff. Even the table itself can be spin because it is a 3D thing. That I basically just like do whatever the fuck I want at the moment. Oh, this is going to be nice. This is going to be nice. Yeah, like I have like the YouTube like playing at the moment. It's basically like this will be my working stream, like overlay in the futures. So when I do drawing, a little bit this and that, it's really boring. So I just like add some scene for you guys to kind of like take a look at this and that, and even that you guys still can see like I have like a lot of like things going on that you guys kind of like can see like you can like do a little bit of viewing this and that. You can still chat with me obviously. Let me go to the actions. Let me turn this thing on. Yep. So let me test this trigger. So you still can see like my ad stuff, but in a much more smaller format in here. Like this one. Also like further like edit and edit like increase my arsenal of like ad things to be much more bearable. To be honest, sadly I don't have a lot of audience, so like even though I make it like 40 minutes like one ad individually, it's a lot for a lot of people because the moment they go in, they just see like a row of link in there. The problem is not a row of link, okay? The problem is actually nobody chat in my chat. That's the thing. So like end up like you go in there, you just see like a row of like link spam in there. In reality, okay, in reality, the saddest thing in the world is just that you look closely into all those like link spam. Is like everything in between is just like 40 minutes to 30 minutes. If there's people like chatting with me, they would drown out those links a long ass fucking time ago. The problem is there's no people chatting with me. Sometimes since I'm doing drawing, it's not like I don't have an audience. It's just that everyone just sitting there watching me drawing, or sometimes listening to me yapping only. They didn't even want to like participate in a conversation sometimes. So yeah, I end up like the chatting scene is just like full of link spam. I need to find out like a command is like, hey, have people chat with me? Like how many messages in there? They would do like a message count. If like there's no message count, they would just not like post the message thingy. I strongly believe streamer.bot can do it. I just don't know how to like code it in a way that it will. Sooner or later in the futures, I will be able to do it. Sooner or later. You guys already managed to see like the quite amount of work I'm I managed to put it in it. I think this thing, the chat thing is a little bit too big. I need to like smaller the size. Yeah, I don't want my animation to get blocked, you know. I will make more animation in the futures. So far, I'm just going to show this iPad thingy. Maybe, who knows, I'll put like an entire like monitor set. Like I will have like 4 fucking monitors. Technically, I am like true to myself. I'm actually using 3 monitors. 1 drawing tablets, 1 for my main gaming scene on the right side, and then it's basically the old fucking ass like monitors that already have burn-in issues. I know a lot of people might tell me that, hey, you can't use multiple different monitors with different refresh rate. It's going to kill your GPU for that. The performance and everything, yeah, I know, but I'm fucking broke, and I need more monitors because I'm a streamer. Like, what else I can do? You guys pay me more money so I can buy more better, higher quality monitors, and matching like quality monitors. Who knows? Maybe you guys can do that for me. Oh, my YouTube video ran out. Either way, yeah, this is good. If you guys next time, I will try to like program something into my streamer.pod, so you guys like want to focus like one of like the screen panel for a little bit. I want to animate them, turn it into like a system that you can like flip the thingy. If you guys don't know, I can do something like this. Okay, now, oh shit, I haven't taken a shower yet. Now, you can see like this thing. I have like the chatting screen over there. Okay. I should like remove Ina, not remove Ina. Just shrunk Ina a little bit more. Yeah, it's the newest animation I made. I need to make more loop animation fill up my entire screen. But yeah, so I'm good. I'm going to turn this thing on. You can see I can actually animate the panel. Okay, so the potential of me being able to like if anyone be like, hey, what are you doing, and then they can do like art zoom, and then they can like I will flip my gosh dang, like, you know, like do some gymnastic like flip, and let you guys like see what I'm drawing at the moment, or what I'm working at the moment. Or if anyone want to say like, hey, I can't see the VTuber, let me zoom it in and take a closer look, they can like click like VTuber zoom, and then like the monitor would detach, and then like I fucking zoom and see me. Who knows? I do want to do something like that. But I will definitely put that thing on a timer. It's more like, you know, zoom it in, like zoom in my like drawing tablet, maybe like 5. I think like 8 seconds is usually the golden time for lots of people manage to see whatever they want to see. So it's just can flip it back. So yeah, as always, guys. Yeah, let's go back. There's so many things I want to like do more and more. The lighting, the little bit this, a little bit that. Oh, by the way, if you guys don't know, I use multiple different like gradient to actually create this wall. Yes, this wall is actually made by multiple different like gradient style. You can boop. Else this thing is just going to be like one big giant wall. Yeah, it's just a clever way to use like less textures and stuff to like do all this thing. Just like one giant wall with like some gradients going on there. Add on a little bit of much more ambiance into the fucking room. Maybe I can add a window in the futures, and then like add like street lights and this and that stuff. But again, my computer cannot handle everything. Okay, I need to upgrade my computers, but gosh dang fucking RAM. But either way, yeah. As always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on my next work. Bye-bye. Aha! Shaolin. Oh shit! I muted myself. Either way, yeah. This is my thingy, you know. I do quite a lot of stuff here. Sorry that I muted myself. Again, like this thing is really taxing on my computers right now. Like entire scene is like 3D. This entire scene, 3D stuff like going on in there. I actually using something called 3D panels to actually like doing it, and this thing eats lots of like performance. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I mean this thing here. This is not like a pre-made 3D stuff, okay? This is not a pre-made 3D thingy. This is the interactable 3D. I can move this thing around. Aside from the gosh dang chair, okay? Everything in this place can move. I can shift and move them. Like the table? Yeah, the table can be detached. Oh, I'd be like, oh, if I want to spin the gosh dang fucking table. Whee! Yeah, now I spend like so much time working on this thing, and I'm very tired. I need to eat. You know what? I'm just going to like take a little bit of break. We'll be back soon. We'll be back soon. I do have to like remove some of the things to reduce the performance. You know what? I don't even need that, to be honest. I'm having this thing here, and then increase the scrolling width. No, not you. Increase the scrolling width. Okay. Okay, done. Yeah, everything aside from this chair. This chair is not 3D. I should put this thing like higher up so people can kind of like see this thing. I will try to make a make this like the drawing tablet itself like spin, because like, if you guys don't know, okay, this tablet is a working tablet. It's legit my tablet screen. Alright then. I'll be going to eat. Be back soon. Be back soon. I'm trying to clean off like quite a lot of stuff at the moment. Not really sure I can do it properly or not. I'll play, have some fun. Just staring into the void, I guess. And I'm back. What I missed? Oh, not a lot. Working with a lot of things. Hold on a little bit. I need to search like streamer dot bot. Message counter. Okay. I'm currently trying to like make something, if statement and stuff like that. Okay, add. Well, for those who are curious about like what I'm doing or what I'm streaming, at the moment I am doing quite a lot of stuff. So if you guys want to like have a little bit cheers on, you know. Just let me know. I'll try to help as much as possible. But at the moment, I'm just going to... my face is technically stuck. Because I didn't turn on the camera at all. I don't want to use way too much stuff that kind of like, you know, is a little bit taxing on the computers and things. You still can see my lips moving, and that part is good, I guess. Carry on. There's so much things that I can do. Carry on. There's so much things that I can do. Oh, I can do this. How about Twitch chat? I want just message itself. Yes, you can do that for chat. How about in Kick chat message? So just the message itself. I can do this. I'm gonna fix the long time issues I have. If you guys kind of noticed, in the chat system, there's like a huge amount of link spam in there. I need to create like a systems that is they will keep checking like how many how many like chat is like did like happen in there. So if there's already like nobody chatting in the first place, they won't spam the link. Get it? But once there is like chat activity in there, they will check and do things to it. It's like if it's more than this numbers, maybe like 5 chatters is happening in there, you guys can they can spam the link. But if they don't have it, they can't spam the link. Something like that. I need to make a simple like simple programming coding into it, which in the case that is possible. So I am going to like add call, and then I can set the system. Is it logic? No, global. Yeah, global, it can get variable. So it can get variable. Let's make a new variable name. All right. This will be a destination variable. Destination stuff. Destination variables left empty. The value will be stored to global variable name. Okay, global variable name will be YouTube chat counters. It's going to be a really fucking long things. YT chat counters. Let's make it easier for me to like type it out. And just call it YTCC. It's much more. YTCC. Okay, default value is 0. Oh no. You can specify the value we'll use. If it's not found, the value will set the default set. And I think I should, if there's no value, okay. Global non-persisted. Yeah, I think I should go for persistent, much more easier. Persistent get, and then go for another call. Actions. Logic, get input, get a random number. Control change, missed, network, quote, signal, triggers, timer, systems, run the program, key notifications. I'm still new to this, so it's going to be a little bit much more. Run actions. Is it this? Oh, no. Okay, let's go back, add, and we have to go back to the call and logic systems, get input. Oh no, it's not get input. Okay, let's go back to this one. System, not systems. Let's go back to global. Set value increment by want. Variable name is YTCC. Okay. Someone type something. Hello. So in the global variable, the since I type a hello, it will trigger and then get global default to 0. No, this is not triggered at all. YTCC value at 0. Okay. Wait a minute. Did I make it available? Okay, add available again. Do I need to put percentage? YTCC 0. Good. No. Not sure. Edit variable. Yes, I need to edit the name. Oh gosh dang it. You're asking a guy who almost like locked himself in the room most of the time. Not by choice though. It's really hard to know Malaysia culture nowadays. Back in the days, I know a few things, but now I'm not really sure. Why I can't get the use the target source global persist in what? How is my TTS? For some reason, it only happened to a few people. You are one of them. Like, you type once, see? The amount of like repeat on like that one thing you say. I'm not sure, so I got a little bit annoyed from that. I do complain to the guy who made this like TTS a lot about the repeat issues. But man, things has become like quite a doozy. Oh, by the way, is my stream lag or not? I'm still trying to fix some things. Hold on a little bit. Auto type 0. Oh man. Here's the thing, like this particular scene runs a lot of computing power, so I'm not really sure my stream is actually like smooth or not. Because I'm running a lot of stuff and the internet is not being kind to me lately. A little lag. Your lag means like the loading issues, or my voice is lagging, or just you need time to load? I need to know a lot more feedback and stuff, because like I still have no idea how to fix most of my issues. Let's try to take a look using my phone to watch my stream. Let's see, is self-increase one more viewer count, I guess. You can try to lower the resolutions, I guess. So far, I don't see any lagging on my side. It's just that in my PC, like my monitoring system is like super fucking lag at the moment because I am running a lot of like very heavy stuff. You know what? I should be able to turn off my Microsoft Edge and just keep my Opera GX. Because those things are currently a little bit redundant. I don't need to monitor my stream this way. Okay, again. YTCC. Okay, this will be the global variable. It's not making anything again. You know what? I'm kind of pissed me off actually. Let me delete sub actions. Delete all. Yes. Okay, there's no more. Oh, now you're appearing. I need to start a fight. Recent sub actions. Global set 0. Not set to 0. Let's leave this thing empty. YTCC. Okay. And then another set will be increment in 1. So, can you try to type a word? If you can't, I'll type it myself using my alt account. Technically, it's my main account. Yo. Okay, I type a yo. This thing is not getting anything at all. Oh. Delete. Again. So I get a hello on YouTube. Now, let's see. Nope, it's not working. Let's try again. Yo. Should be working. Still not working. Again. 1, 2, 3. All right, go to global value. Should have an increment by 1, but this thing didn't happen. Why does this thing... Okay, now the value is 1. Good. About 2. Then yo. Alright. Finally it's working. I need to actually type the word, not like alphabet. For some reason it just doesn't read fucking alphabet. So this thing works now? Back to 0. Okay. Let's go back to the alert thingy. Okay, so let's put an if statement. Oh, by the way, Mario is still here. Oh yeah, I need to add actions call if statement. Okay, logic if. First, I need to get an input. Nope, not this. Okay, go to check YouTube counters. Then let's go to call and then put a logic statement, if statement. Yeah, if the value is greater than 6. YouTube counters. I think I need to put the percentage for the input. Is it? Let me go and check the BuckU. Yeah, the BuckU is also like that. Go back to call logic. I need to look at some tutorial to actually do this thing. Hold on a little bit. Ah, man, it's too lag. So I don't need to set the global. Okay, just going to delete the sub actions. Duplicate. Twitch counters. Twitch. Increment by 1. Add cake, chat message. Okay, good. So I have a chat counters now. With this, Oh, if statement. Man, this is crazy. Mm. Ah, so that's how things works here. All right, good. So I need 3 counters. No. My brain is not working. My brain need to work. Come on, Kira, you used to be engineers. You can do this. Okay. First create counters, and then if this is working, if that is not working, then set back to 0. That one set back to this. And then create a if counters, and then break. with Twitch reminder, everything will get like human by want. Yeah, I need to disable everything first. I still haven't really fixed up everything yet. Oops, duplicated one. Delete. Don't show again. Yes. Disable. Let's see, can I still trigger it? I want to enable this first. Test trigger. Yep, if I didn't set break, it would just proceed. Good. Okay, let's go back to the call logic. Switch input against the switch evaluate the input against the case value equality of the first matching. And if so, not using switch. Then let's see any other logic system I can use. While when adding a while subaction, if the operation value required again, I think the only ones that working is while if let's see, go check the internet. Streamer.god if not what I want. Why doesn't it? Message: if YouTube count is greater than 8. Oh yeah, greater than 8. So this thing I need to go for 10. Yep, let's try it again. Test. So I need to get this. Alright. I need something more, like switch statement. Again, they just increased. What if I add a few more? If global variable updated. Hi there. I'm still working on lots of things. This is like, I didn't even have my camera turned on and everything. You just see like my VTubers is chatting. It actually like eating a lot of like performance. I closed down one of the things that eats even more performance. This one. And right, I'm actually right now I'm fixing the things that is like causing a lot of like you know, causing a lot of headache for me. Yeah, hold on. Control C, Control V. Not global reminder. I need. Oops. YouTube, region, and then region. Okay. Need all this tree. Add to group. YouTube checker. Right now I'm actually running like a programming, not actual programming, more like flowchart, somewhat similar to programming, and more or less like the way I'm doing it right now. Is to check message. It's basically every single time they have a message running in. I did take break in between, like go to take a showers, eat dinners, those kind. Sorry about my thingy. Yeah, there's like some issues happen in my like internet. I need to call the fucking ISP. Why I'm so foul-mouthed right now? Because that place is like calling customer service is the most horrendous experience that everyone can get. Oh, this thing is not VR room. I'm not using like VR stuff. Everything here is actually let me move something for you. Everything here is actually purely using OBS. Yep. See? Every panel you see in here is actually made with OBS. Yeah, not just this, like every single thing I can flip, because I using like the 3D panel plugin from OBS, and I set up all these things. Everything you see in here can be flipped, because all the thing that looks 3D enough is actually one of the 2D assets that I put in OBS and then use plugin to kind of like make them into 3D and stuff. So, if I really want to, I can flip the table. Whee! Whee! Now you can have fun with your thingy yet. I'm still like fixing up some of the things. Testing triggers. Test. Oh yes, it works. It can do multiple. So if I have counter is 1. Hold on a little bit. I'm doing a little bit experimentations. Okay, 1. Well, again, oh yeah, I talk so much I kind of forgot. If you guys don't know what I'm doing like some logic system programming stuff. I think most people would have struggled it, as thank God I used to be an engineer. I currently running a basic logic systems. Is basically going to check your chat. So my YouTube have their own chat counters, my Kick have their own chat counters, and recently I'm also like streaming in like Twitch back again, but yeah, not actually streaming it was more like just being there. Since I'm doing business, it's like excluding like a spot is not like the best you know, like strategy to do. But either way, yeah, like the current way I'm going to do this is just that every single time someone type, it will count as a chat counter. So by the time you finish chatting, you did like 10 chat. So it counted itself in there, have 10 chat. Like yesterday, I did talk about like, because there's no chat in my stream, so my kind of like link stuff slowly accumulated to like a bunch of link spam by like the sheer length of my stream, even though I put like a very like standard like reminder and then like link spam thingy, but due to how long I stream and then how empty my gosh dang stream is, the link has become like really stacking like a shit tons amount. So I figured out a way to add a counter systems, so it will just keep track of did people chat in my chat at all. So when there's no one, I won't be spamming the link, because once it's already there is enough. Unless when like some people like start chatting in the chat, like about 8 counters. I set with like 8 counter at the moment. Most of the cases seems fine with me, unless some people like you know, like they don't spam chat enough. So like again, so once it calculated that I have like around like 8 chatters that happens inside my message, then they will actually like when I do like the, you know, like my ad stuff, they will actually post the link. If don't, they won't. If didn't exceed to like around like 8 chatters, it won't post the link again. So it kind of helps me not to like over spam the link to a point that people take a look at it, but holy shit, what the fuck happened in here? And I'll be like, I'm streaming for 8 hours, and then no people talk for 8 hours, and then finally after that 8 hours, someone came in, and then they see like, holy shit, there's so many links. So this is like anti that thing happen. Right now, I need to keep testing. Okay, good. My stuff works. I was really like concerning this method won't be working, but yep, it's actually. Yeah, it took me. Also, like creating this like 3D stuff, like also took me a while too. I need to like arrange like most of the thingy there, here and there. But to be honest, I think about it. This first monitors that I have, I might have to increase the size a little bit. Yeah, but the problem is I'm still setting up the thing. All the counter have to like create individually, which is going to like a lot of typing. Lots of typing. Not swap 1 and 2nd monitors. I need to adjust the size of them. I still have like quite a lot of things that still haven't really focused changing that much. Oops, this one go taller. Okay. look slightly. The comic monitors is working for something else. Right now, my comic monitors actually is my ad monitors. I'm going to change the monitor in the futures. I'm still like creating a concept of setup first. Like in the futures, I will see like what I'm going to do. Ah, good luck for you. I do have to like create a few more other stuff. I create the ring light, televisions. If you don't know, actually this is my YouTube televisions. I just like did so many things I kind of forgot about that thing. Let me try to listen to have some fun, listening to some music or watch Doraemon. I'm listening to Mandarin, so it's going to be a little bit. You can watch it too. But it's on like the far end of the corner of the screen. I did that on purpose. Yeah, I feel old at my niece that is already like. I have some like nephew and niece, like my nephew that is already like 15. I remember 15. Yes, 15. He doesn't know what is Doraemon and Shin-chan. Technically, he finally know what Shin-chan is because of the gosh dang meme, but I haven't watched Doraemon for a long time. But yeah, like ever since like the author passed away, like the new handling one, I didn't watch too much. I think like my favorite one, like the last one, the favorite one I have is the Mata Mata Feng one. The one that like like the entire world is like rely on the power of the wind. Like that one, and then I kind of like stopped watching lots of them. Yeah, Crayon Shin-chan's kind of like fade in the background now. Doraemon still like put like a lot of effort to put on the screen. Crayon Shin-chan is basically no one knows it, like the younger people, like no one knows it until one of the voice actor like I forgot like how he died. One of the voice actor, like the dad of Crayon Shin-chan, he died, and then later on for some reasons there's like a gosh dang meme about him. The character, not the voice actors, the characters, like the very like sexy attractive dad for some reasons. Yeah. Currently the one I kind of like watching right now is not actually Doraemon. It's more like the abridged version of it. There's a lot of abridged version of it. If you know how to speak, if you know like Mandarin, you can like listen to it. It's actually really hilarious. If you don't know, you want to watch the Cantonese version one. I know a Kamen Rider one. They use Cantonese. Is holy shit! Like the foul language they use is basically every 2 seconds. No, every 1 second. There's a foul language in there. So really depends on how old are you. I don't think I can play that one. So, hi there, Mr. Scoot. Sorry that my voice is a little bit like snappy. Like that's the thing. Like it depends on how old are you. Like as long as you are not like, if you are a teenager, it's kind of fine. If you are a kid, no, I'm not going to play that one. By the way, again, hello there everyone, my name is Kirivaku and I'm your host and your void with voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. Right now, I didn't turn on my camera. This entire scene is like killing my graphic card. I'm not, like, even having my VTuber on is already like really taxing. Yeah, I really like this one. Actually, there's a 3D version one. I didn't download that one. Because I already got enough 3D stuff working in there. It's going to like it's going to be like really difficult. And oh, by the way, have some guess, Mr. Scoot. This entire scene looks awesome, right? This is not in VR chat. This is not a pre-built 3D scene too. This is actually a live 3D scene. I will work on more stuff in the futures, but this is what I have at the moment. Everything you see here is actually in my OBS. I can flip anything I want. The ring like that? Let me try to select it. The ring like here? I can actually move it. Whee! 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 I don't have a 3D model, so no avatar for 3D model. Maybe in the futures, if I actually have budget, okay? If some people like decide to actually donate me money, that would be really nice. But still, if you're a kid, no, you don't need to give me money. But anyway, aside from that, yeah, if I do have some budget, I would actually do an animation of me, like draw a 2D animation of me, like just doing a loop animation of like drawing on the screen and then sit back and then drawing on the screen. Technically, everything here is 3D. Like I kind of like use 2D and then use a 3D panel plugin and turn them into like 3D item. The only thing that is 2D, okay? The only thing that is literally 2D is the chair. I just go to internet and then find some chair, and I go to internet, find some chair, and just like slap it in here, and then chroma key out the white colors. And then just like say, see, now I have a very convincing chair in here. Originally, I don't even intended to put a chair in. Now I don't like those kind of like tall chair, so I'm just going to use like the small ass chair like this, the office chair, because like again like I did talk about like my ear issues, so the back of my head cannot be pressed. So even when I'm asleep, I kind of like sleep on the side. So I can't sit on any chair that is like, you know, on when I lay rest, like my head is resting on it. I have this like neat office chair that I only can rest on my back, and it's quite a high quality chair actually. I really like it. Oh, by the way, also another thing. This screen is actually working, Mr. Scoot. I'm not kidding. Everything I do is kind of like is functionable. And imagine you have like those like IKEA plastic chair, that would be like really hilarious. By the way, the wall is fake too. The wall is fucking fake. I used like multiple different like gradient to kind of like make it looks like a wall. If I just remove it, it would just be a flat wall. I using some gradients, input some colors into it, make them look a little bit much more convincing. So this gosh dang scene alone has eat up all my GPU power. I can't even like play too much things at the moment. Even though this is a work stream, thank God, like my drawing stream, I don't when I do drawing and stuff, it doesn't really use that much like GPU power. It's fine. I got 2080. Just not a lot of like GRAM, sadly. Speaking about this, I really want to upgrade my computers, but everything has become so fucking expensive. Fuck you, Microsoft. Yeah, I do want to make a little bit more stuff in the future, so I don't know how much more I can make at the moment. You know what? My iPad should be straightened up a little bit more. I'm still doing a lot of like tweaking and stuff, obviously. Let's not. Then move you. Oh, too much. Yep. Now it looks slightly nicer. Nicer. Oops. Shit. Yeah, I have full control of my entire scene. I feel so accomplished. When I spend my entire afternoon making this, I feel so accomplished. Being a engineer slash 3D animator, this is the skill that I can like display out. I really love like the things I did. Kind of a little bit glazing myself, but if I manage to do this thing, like a little bit of like praising on myself is a good thing. It's a good thing to boost my own ego. Like everyone need a little bit boost on that ego when they did something good, right? Like every single time you did a great job, you praise yourself, this and that other stuff. Maybe in the future, I can make a speaker. Maybe. Oh, if I need to create a speaker, things is going to be very, very difficult. I don't think my computers can handle more stuff though. Like the ring light itself is already like take like 10% of the things. Yeah, those kind of speakers. But if I really need to make a 3D version of it, it's going to be a little bit much more difficult than I think. I need a few things to make it looks like good. You know? I need some bump map, I need some need a little bit this, a little bit that. It's a complicated things. I do think I need a little bit of adjustment on my. Hold on. Rest. Well, your boy here have no idea what the word rest is. Is a concept that can eat or something? I don't know. It's fine, it's fine. Oh, I got it wrong. Yes, this one. Other one. Filters, add the filters into it. Let's have user-defined shaders, vignette. Lie on it, and this is weird. Let me have a instead of vignette. Let's try composite blur. Composite blur. Go for dual kawase, and then have a mask that is circle, and invert the mask and feathering to the maximum. Increase the radius so it have a blur on the edge, clear on the centers. And the blur, I don't need that much, just tiny bit amount of blur on the edge. Good. Now with this, I can add the Yep. So this thing won't be that like bright. I found out that little bit of comic strip there is a little bit too bright. Ooh, yeah, I do need to check the variable thingy. Wait a minute, didn't Twitch have someone talk? The counter should actually increase. Oh yeah, I'm still fixing the Twitch counter thingy. I haven't fixed like most of my thing yet. Okay, hold on a little bit. YouTube chat. YouTube checkers. Change it into Twitch checkers. Okay, Twitch checkers. TWITCH spaced. Control C, Control V. Control shit. Control C. Control V, Control V. Control V. Control V. Okay. Control C, and then kick. Control C, Control V. Control V, Control V. Control V, Control V. Man, I'm doing lots of programming shit. I feel like an actual engineer now. It's been ages I've been trying to do this kind of stuff. I forgot how much I actually really like this. Okay, let's do this. Okay, you can see this in Kick is because there's like at the moment the counters of this thing is like 38 due to your active chat in there. So in YouTube and other places is not posting at all. Main reason is because of that. And then it have a counter checkers and like yep, it have like kick reminder and then kick regen. So if I now create, go to here. Alright. See you later. Okay, there's that. I got another counters. Oh, wait. Oh, the counter. I didn't. Yeah, I need N. Yeah, I need the N. Okay. Okay, let's do this again. Test. Yep, it's not posting any link is because this variable at the moment is 0. So if I put 10 into it, it will become... Let's test one more time. Yep, it will start posting when it do this, and once it posted, it will go to create a counter, increase Twitch not Twitch project, kick project by 1. Did I have increased kick project by 1? My kick project is not increased by 1. Now that's odd. That's very odd. Let's do it again. Okay, again, test. It's triggered. It's less than 1. What happened here? Edit logic. If this is greater than 1, do I need to space them? Okay, let's do this again. Test trigger. How come in Kick they just reset immediately? There's no other counter kind of like exist in there? Something? Copy variable name. Okay, this is very odd. Hello there. Okay, hello there doesn't even like increase anything by 1. Okay, now test again. Okay, you set as 1. You also set as 1. You also set as 1. Test trigger again. Test. Yep. So let's see. With just 1 here. Test. It clear everything again. It's not supposed to do that, but it did. Well, this is what most people will say. This is the fucking mysteries. Unless Project Region reminder. Project Region reminder. Yo. Okay, I have 2. And then let's go to this variable. Edit, you have 1. Then do another yo again. Yo. It's not supposed to have that thing happen. Let's try it on YouTube. Yo. Yes, it doesn't do that until I got all variable as 1. So I type a yo again. It resets, but for some weird reasons, the if statement in kick does not work as equal with the if statement in YouTube. I wonder why. Both have no space. Both just get variable. Greater than 1, greater than 1, greater than 1. Alright, let's do it in Twitch. Twitch one is worst. It's not even increased by 1 with this one. May I know why? May I know why? test. Global variable. Hello. It's not increasing at all. It's technically already in false statement, so this thing should have increment by 1. So far it works on YouTube, but it didn't work on the other one. Why? Chat message. Okay. Just if I type a hello. Can't I send hello to YouTube? Yo. Okay, it does increase. How about go to my own Twitch? Say hi. Man, I haven't logged in my own Twitch in my phone for ages. Okay, it doesn't trigger that with the Twitch. So I need to use something else to trigger it. Add Twitch chat watch streak. Nope. Chat message. Sessions, ban and ban. Add channel, stream online, offline, viewer counters update. Begin end process, charity, chat. Chat doesn't work, so. Whisper, stream, bot whisper, mode, first word, community go, connections, emote, general, guest star, hype train, moderations. Poll, predictions, pyramid, raid, share chat, subscriptions. It didn't function the way I wanted. Bait tier, batch tier, bot whisper. Kick reminders. So the kick one, and I need to double check all the coding. Supposed to be working. Supposed to be working. But it is not. Henceforth, I need more programming.
有点太勉强了，只能说是何手无得根，出具人形啊！不知道你出生的时候，要不是大夫劝着，我都不想要你。现在长得更丑了，跟你爹一个丑样，看见就烦。太阳越想越气，当初要不是因为你，我早就跟你爹离了。那为什么不离？你不是不喜欢我吗？哎，我怕离了把你判给我。 颜值检测仪？难道我真的很丑吗？哆啦 A 梦，你说我到底有多丑？看看这个颜值检测仪，只要让它扫一扫，就知道你是什么颜值了。嘿，已录入《山海经》。你他妈的！赶紧给我来一个可以考满分的道具，不然看我怎么修理你啊！考满分只需要你照照镜子就好了啊？为什么？因为丑态百出。你有病吧？自取其辱的大熊。哼，哆啦 A 梦居然也说我丑，简直不可理喻。现在我就去找小夫他们评评理。啊什么？哆啦 A 梦说你丑，简直不可理喻。对，还说你找不到女朋友。对，你明明每天都很丑，不然你为什么不谈恋爱？难道不怕寂寞吗？ 小夫，你为什么不躲子弹？难道不怕死吗？大熊变帅了。哆啦 A 梦有没有什么可以让我变帅的道具啊？当然有啦，容貌橡皮擦。有了这个，我们就可以把五官都擦掉。然后呢？然后你就没有五官了，是不是感觉自己帅多了？气急败坏的大熊，警察叔叔就是他们，老是说我丑，给我制造容貌焦虑，我要举报他们 PUA。 啊，说人丑也犯法吗？你们这叫损害他人名誉罪。不，你们被抓是因为泄露隐私。兄弟们，你们有所不知，我昨天遇到麦乐鸡侠了。不懂就问，麦乐鸡侠是什么？就是当你买麦乐鸡块的时候，多给你放一块的英雄啊，这就能当英雄了。有时候你只需要比别人做的多一点，就可以获得大家的尊敬。谁说站在光里的才算英雄？那我想起来了，我以前兼职的时候也喜欢在麦乐鸡块里放巨无霸。谢谢你，麦乐鸡霸。我喜欢把鸡块煎的老一点。谢谢你，麦乐鸡老。我喜欢把麦乐鸡块做成变态了。我谢谢你，皮燕子终结者。那这么说来，我也是你们的英雄。您作为人民教师，本来就是英雄。我的意思是我每次都占用你们的英体美，所以我是佳杰士。 我是一名痔疮患者，医生让我每天做100下提肛运动，我每次都做1000下。你好，钢铁侠，我帮我的朋友问一句，提肛真的有用吗？有用，我现在放屁如打雷，拉屎如射箭，连分量都是以前的2倍。你好，贝多芬，我每次挖完鼻屎都把它插在桌子的背面。你好，使徒行者，我是一名厨师，每次做肥肠都不洗干净，故意多留点料。我谢谢你，骆驼祥子，我是买西瓜的，每次看到卖生瓜蛋子的，我都会多劈一刀。你好，2P 啊，我是一个牙医，每次给人拔牙的时候，我都会多拔一颗。那你很棒哦，亚美得。我是一名20出头的程序员，每次写程序我都会加几个 bug， 于是我就有了一个外号叫8bug。我是一名护士，从业30年，从未扎错针，那我是不是就应该叫金针菇？我是一名骨科医生，每次给患者做手术都多送他一根骨头。没错，我就是古天乐。我是一名外卖小哥，每次都会让客户多饿几分钟，江湖人称范冰冰。难道不对吗？啊，对，我从没有在社交平台发过一句评论，那我应该叫什么？你好，贫困户。我每次在 B 站看视频都会3连，谢谢你爸爸。不用谢，你的视频我从不3连。为什么？因为我是猪猪侠。同学们好啊，又到期末了，是时候来一期诗词对对联了。老师，我们早就准备好了。是吗？那就由班长来打个样。没问题。老骥伏枥，志在千里。5年高考，3年模拟。老妪力虽衰，波撼岳阳城。智者不入爱河，除非遇见富婆。天涯何处无芳草，富婆没了咱再找。男儿当自强，对镜贴花黄。吃个桃桃好凉凉。 不错嘛，不愧是班长，对的是够离谱，就是不知道其他的同学。村民不觉晓，考前抱佛脚，国破山河在 ，What's your WiFi？ 红酥手，黄藤酒，我想要个女朋友，车辚辚，马萧萧，
玉人何处教吹箫？
长亭外，古道边，原来在天上人间。哎，打不着，这都什么玩意儿？我们是正经课堂，课堂是正经的，UP 主正不正经就不知道了。我去，居然调侃 UP 主，真是熊猫送外卖。
损到家了。
老师，这都小意思，我们还没出力呢，你就无语了？是吗？那你们可听好了啊，这个音乐要开始了。两岸原声啼不住，两只老虎爱跳舞。世间情为何物？
老师你把握不住。
满堂花坠3000克，我只会心疼哥哥。问君能有几多愁？什么是快乐星球？巴山楚水凄凉地，
绿雪冰城甜蜜蜜。
姑苏城外寒山寺，荷塘真是件没事。野花啼鸟又春归，B 站全是刘亦菲。远赴人间惊鸿雁，3年的全是彭于晏。彭于晏。马上就要期末考试了，你怎么睡得着的？
老师，我的眼睛好像出问题了。
出什么问题了？
他得了自闭症。
哎呀，现在呢？
谢谢老师，他好了。
看看你们这一个个的，做题不会，考试全废，一天到晚就知道睡。老师，这也不能全怪我们。有句话说得好，春困秋乏夏打盹儿。胡说八道！而且现在明明是冬天，那就冬眠。
老师，其实我们都是3好学生。
哪里好？
好累，好饿，好想睡觉。
你们晚上就不能早点睡吗？
一到深夜我就觉得自己特别了不起，所以早上才会起不了。
老师，我除了睡觉的时间不想睡觉，其他的时间都想睡。那就想办法克服睡。所谓头悬梁锥刺股，头悬梁不行，古人发量充沛，而我们都是秃头宝贝。锥刺股也不行，太困了，吃出了别人的股，彩礼18万。也不一定要学习古人的方法，我们也应该与时俱进。老师，我困的时候就会用辣椒提神，这个方法可以。鲁迅先生曾经也在困的时候生吃辣椒，我这个不一样，他的辣椒从入口进，我的辣椒从出口进，效果更好。
老师，我的方法就更简单了，只需要脱掉1只鞋。想睡觉的话，只需要脱掉2只鞋。
亲爱的，今天是你的生日，我特地给你准备了生日礼物啊，那都不好意思让你破费了。嗨，不贵不贵，就一个杯子，9块9还包邮。那我可真是谢谢你。不用客气，送你一个杯子，代表我们一辈子在一起，以后你感冒了还能用它多喝热水。你怎么不说话？是不是被我感动了？感动？谢谢你这么冷的天说这么冷的笑话。我成功感冒了。哦，baby，要不要我给你暖？想到你还挺贴心的。你他妈点我衣服干什么？嗨，和你这种直男谈恋爱可真无聊，是吗？其实我还准备了其他礼物。哦，没想到你还喜欢玩欲擒故纵，这叫多的是你不知道的事。你觉得你很幽默吗？看看这个，什么玩意儿？你是要送花吗？那花呢？你不是无聊吗？这个给你，撒尿或泥巴味儿。我去你大爷！亲爱的，咱商量一下，下次下手能不能温柔点？哎，你是不是觉得我很野蛮，不像别人的女朋友那么温柔，不无理取闹？没有，绝对没有。我就说嘛，都跟你一个损样。你是不是觉得我问你这个问题特别幼稚？没有，你一点都不幼稚。那就好。你明明成熟的像个大妈。分手吧，你给不了我想要的温暖，难道我还不够暖吗？那要多暖才算暖？要我说出来就没意思了。我明白了，其实我早就准备好了，冬天就要送女朋友999包感冒灵，代表我们的爱情不畏风雪，长长久久。你就说暖不暖吧，你都不用抢羽绒服了。好了，到你还礼了。还礼？听说现在冬天要送男生加拿大鹅，里面贴满10根金条，代表我们拾金不昧，情比金坚。我去你的吧，给我退货！同学们好啊，马上就要期末了，大家都复习的怎么样了？老师，我早就把所有知识都复习完了。很好，不愧是班长。老师，我不仅复习了所有知识，我还预习了下个学期的内容。哦，这就卷起来了。这有啥？我不仅学完了下个学期的，我还学完了初。
Almighty Jeff Yost. Doing great, doing great. It's just at the moment, my computer is really lag at the moment because like I'm doing a lot of like programming stuff. This is my working stream. You can see like in the bottom right, I'm supposed to be working off screen, but I'm doing something like creative, this and that, this stuff. Hold on. I have to work on a little bit of some things. And good. Oh gosh dang it. I don't know why YouTube keep disconnecting my streamer.bot. At this point I want to like go to like fight YouTube about this. There's something wrong with like the YouTube thingy. Alright. Hope this time actually works. Welcome there, Sherry, and also, see you soon, Mighty. Yeah, what about a petty baba? Okay, now it's connected. How about Kick? Kick is okay. And let me try to go to login my streamer.bot. Yeah, Kick is okay, but the way we connect Kick is actually a roundabout way. Even though we connect it, it doesn't really work properly. I might turn off my TTS if he still haven't like fixed that particular like repeating part thingy. I guess like I'm just not going to use it. Since like this TTS is not really like functionable that well in the first place, let's just use it to like activate to let me know like who is doing things. That is much more better. Ooh. Man, my computer is like super lag right now.
初中的所有知识。
我不仅学完了初高中所有知识，我还提前考上了大学。
啊！乖乖，现在学习都内卷成这个样子了吗？老师，这怎么能叫内卷呢？这叫悄悄学习，然后惊艳所有人，顺便卷死他们。
我不仅要悄悄学习，我还要偷偷去试，提前投胎抢一个好户口，
my
卷
computer
死
is
你们！你
lag.
们清明给祖宗上
It's
坟，
a-
我
it's
清
a-
明给
it's
自
a
己烧
miracle
纸。
that
等我
the
下
stream
去
is
了，
not
比你们
lagging.
都有钱，卷死你们！
你们都找不到对象，我直接跟室友内部消化，卷死你们！啊！
哦。
你们还真是宁可搞死自己，也要卷死别人。
老师，大家都在卷，我们也只能跟着卷。
太卷了不好，有些时候也得学会躺平。老师，躺平我们也懂。哦，那你说说看。躺平人，躺平魂，躺平一心又养神，
找不齐。 晚下班最可加班，双休是我的底线。
你要福报996，我会摸鱼，我最秀。明天房价随便涨，一言不合我就躺。
只要躺得足够快，资本割不到韭菜；
只要躺得足够平，所有烦恼全清零。我去，这可真是葛优屁股挂水壶。
我躺得有一定水平。
既然你们这么了解躺平，怎么还卷得这么厉害？
老师，这你就不懂了吧？我们连躺平也卷
啊！
你们放学都走路回家，我直接滚回去，太省力了。
你们上厕所要脱裤子，我直接穿裙子，太省事儿了。
你们都去食堂吃饭，我直接去厕所，太省钱了。
哎，同学们，其实无论是内卷还是躺平，都关我屁事。我们都是独立的个体，不必去盲从别人的选择，更不必将自己的观念强加给别人。为了更好的生活，我们可以选择努力，累了也可以选择躺下来休息。每个人都有自己的生活态度，我们要做的就是做好自己，追 求符合自己的目标，活在当下，这才是我们应该追寻的生活意义。老师说的对，他卷任他卷，他躺任他躺。记住，我们不是随波逐流的小船，我们是随心所向的巨轮。老婆，春节在家里太无聊了，咱是不是应该干一点有意思？同学们好啊，今天班会大家有什么问题可以尽管提。好耶！课堂上禁止好耶。老师，我有问题，请问李白写了那么多诗，他自己会背吗？你从小写了那么多作文，你会背吗？啊，那为什么李白现在不写诗了呢？老师，我知道，因为李白去打野啦。没想到小小一个班级里竟有卧龙凤雏2位人才，真是好耶！你们能不能问点有难度的问题？
老师，那我们就不客气了。老师，请问多少只鸡可以战胜一个人？
1只就够了，因为多的我吃不下。
隔壁搬来了一个妹子，请问怎么样才能让她对我印象深刻？
建议直接吊死在她家门口呢，亲。为什么打嗝不是屁味，放屁不是嗝味？你可以放屁的时候趁屁不注意，一把抓住塞进嘴里，再打个嗝就好了。
老师，你信不信给我一个女人，我可以创造一个民族？
我相信给你一头老母猪，你可以帮我把猪肉价格打下来啊！好耶！你还有病吧？为什么我吃多了辣椒屁股会感觉到辣？可能是因为你的屁股有味觉。那么，请你形容一下屎是什么味道？啊？
请问为什么没钱就不能去银行取钱？
我也奇怪，每次去银行取钱都显示余额不足，我就纳了闷了，余额不足你开什么银行？
请问菊花被蚊子叮了一下，那么我涂风油精会不会对肠道有影响？
有没有影响我不知道，但是我知道你的菊花一定很爽。
哦，是吗？那老师你是怎么知道的？
你爹亲口告诉我的。好耶！老师，为什么你娶的女人刚好是你的老婆？我也纳闷，为什么我娶的老婆刚好是个女人？你有没有想过，可能你娶她之前她是别人的老婆？好耶！点赞还是要求一下的，说不定屏幕前的大帅逼还有大漂亮就投币了呢。哎，最近油价也太贵了，为了给车加油，我都要吃不起饭了。
吃不起饭那就吃我精心给你准备的料理呀。
哦，你给我准备了什么好吃的？
我给你准备了老坛酸啊，酸萝卜
啊，
还给你买了双汇
啊，
买了双会唱歌的高跟鞋
啊。为什么是会唱歌的鞋子？
因为我喜欢唱歌呀。
就你，我看你就是个你就是个鸡吧？
行了，赶紧吃饭，下午还要去逛街。我不去了，我要去约会
啊！你什么时候找男朋友了？
谈的网恋，今天准备奔现了。
笑死了，就你还网恋？
他一定没看你朋友圈吧？
那图给 P 的，
都没有本人好看
啊。
不过你也不要隔三差五就发自拍呀，我都服了。要发就天天发，我一天不看浑身难受。这还差不多，像我这种美女谈个恋爱还不正常？笑死，奉承你几句就开始嘚瑟起来了。像你这种人，我见一个爱一个。
网恋需谨慎，可别上当了。
才不会呢！他说他喜欢我的善良和我的见见多识广啊。他还喜欢我的胸。
我去，这也太狂了吧！
兄弟就是我的老弟呀！什么？别装了，其实我早就知道你就是 gay gay 是猪呀！我去，我真是受不了了你知道你谈的网恋男朋友是谁吗？
难道说
我不信给他打电？还说不是你，真的不是我手机没响啊。
出了这么多期，终于有我的戏份了。这段剧梗真是太有意思了，我现在就去给 UP 主扇个大嘴巴子，让他赶紧更新同学们，好久没有听到你们问奇葩问题了，难道最近蟑螂才禁了？
怎么没有？老师，请问为什么自古红颜多薄命？
因为没有人在意丑的人活多久。为什么每次洗完澡之后，我都觉得自己变帅很多？因为你脑子进水了。
为什么林黛玉倒拔垂杨柳的时候，孙悟空没有让刘备拦着？
可能是贾宝玉被逼上五指山的时候，鲁智深刚被诸葛亮救出来。
为什么女朋友的男性朋友叫蓝颜？
因为蓝色加点黄色就会变成绿色。
那如何优雅地表达愤怒？为什么黑色能吸引所有的光，却不能吸引我的目光？
确实，黑色怎么能吸引目光呢？
我操，什么东西闪过去了？好黑，完全来不及暂停啊！
我今天就不信我看不清楚。
古人使用贝壳做货币，为什么不去沙滩捡？
我想弹幕应该可以告诉你，沙滩上捡的币叫什么币？
为什么没人说？
哈哈，因为那是违禁词，他们发不出来。那么问题来了，张三在酒店叫了大保健，结果发现到的是他的老婆。这个时候警察闯了进来，请问张三该不该进监狱？不该，既然他们是夫妻，那么警察就没有证据。但是张三最后还是进监狱了，为什么？因为张三一次性点了俩。哇塞，这么丧心病狂的事儿，
那着实是有些刺激
啊！这
老师3个道士玩笔仙算不算钓鱼执法？手术成功率那么低，为什么不多做几次呢？
为什么外国神仙横着飞，中国神仙竖着飞？我做锦花的舔狗，那我算警犬。我今年才9岁，但是我已经有10年脑血栓，那是不是意味着我爸用下半身思考的时候也有脑血栓？好家伙，你们的脑血栓连起来至少能绕地球2圈。
还有呢，
冰山一角为什么冰棍要5毛
？9牛1毛为什么1斤牛肉要几？
猪吃的叫猪食，鸡吃的叫鸡食，为什么我吃的叫零食？好家伙，
这是诡计多端的理儿。
太好了，校长来救场了！欺负弱智算什么本事啊？你们有本事回答我这个问题：为什么这个世界上只有公路没有母鹿？
因为这个世界上本来就没有母鹿。
那请问小鹿是怎么出来的？因为这个世界上本没有鹿，
走的人多了，便有了鹿。
哦，你们的意思是小鹿没有马？
那可不。
那马路是什么？每次求3连，弹幕上都是下次一定，但是观众还是会悄悄给3连。那么问题来了，这群大帅逼还有大漂亮，我们应该叫他们什么？爸爸。
同学们好。闹什么闹？这才布置多少作业？8天假期还不够你们写的吗？
老师确实有点多了，这都比得上暑假作业了。
别以为我不知道，你们暑假作业都是从最后1个星期才开始补的。今年情况特殊，我给你们多布置点作业，还不是为了避免你们到处乱跑。更何况这些作业都是从你们上个星期的作业里面攒下来的。
原来这几天作业少都是为了憋这个大招啊！这招叫做欲扬先抑。
小胖同学成语用的不错嘛，但是你能不能把这把劲分一点到数学上面？请你告诉我7加3等于8，你是怎么算出来的？
国庆7天加上中秋3天等于小长假8天。
哇，好有道理。那是因为国庆节和中秋节的假期都含有2天周末的时间，当他俩撞一起的时候就共用1个周末，所以加在一起就只有8天。
原来是
这样啊。哟，儿子这么用功呢。
老爸，今年国庆放8天假，我们可以出去旅游啦。
为什么要出去旅游？是 B 站不好逛，还是沙发不够软？
我们可以一起旅游看风景呀。
你知道高速公路上有多堵吗？国庆节一到，直接变成龟速公路，然后变成免费停车场，还得在车上自带夜壶、姨妈巾、矿泉水、方便面、棉被、充电宝等必需品。就算熬过去了，到了景点吃饭挨宰，停车无位如厕，排队购物吃亏，大人看脑袋，小孩看屁股，折腾几天下来，回家又得堵一遍。好好的8天假期，一半的时间都得用来赶路排队。听了这些，你还想去旅游吗？
那我国庆节应该怎么过啊？
睡觉吧，梦里啥都有。同学们好啊！最近网络上出现了很多标题党，他们的标题很吸睛，但往往只能2眼放光点进来，默默无闻插出去。
对呀，可不是嘛。
所以这节课老师教你们如何成为标题党。标题党处处有，如果不能屏蔽他们，就加入他们。熟悉他们的套路之后，用魔法打败魔法。
老师，标题党每天都能刷得到，我们早就学会其中的套路了。
哦，是吗？让我念几个标题党的标题，你们来猜里面的内容。
好耶！
震惊！一女子被7个大汉拖入森林。
白雪公主啊，老师老梗了。
不错嘛，老娘们整容3次均失败，最后被乱棍打死。西游记之3打白骨精。2少年人情志不短，仅穿内裤环游世界。
嗨，兄弟，
太可怕了！多名男子唯有1名女性，围观群众却连连叫好。
葫芦娃。
奇葩！这房间内1男子竟与宠物做这种事。
哆啦 A 梦。
亲生父母竟成禽兽，未成年少女被迫卖身洗浴中心。
千与千寻。
震惊！光天化日，少男少女大力搓揉敏感部位。眼保健操。接下来，同学们做好笔记。标题党技术总结：震惊国人！2020年最重磅消息，天理难容，竟然发生这种事。男人听了沉默，女人听了流泪。一男子竟然发现一个惊天大秘密，女子竟公然做这种事，真是有伤风化。最后听到真相的我瞬间崩溃，遇见这种事真是头皮发麻，脊背发寒。奇葩，狗子竟做出这等惊世骇俗的事，赶紧转发这件事，不转不是中国人。
我操，学会了，
学会了，那我再考考你们。不可思议，帅气男子一个举动，居然让一个班的学生泪流满面。你们体育老师生病了，下节课我来上。
我们都已经在外面坐这么久了，你不准备邀请我去你家坐坐吗？不行，我妈说你不是个好东西，那是因为我是你爸比啊，请来监视你们的私家侦探呀啊，所以你不用听你妈比的话，让我进去吧。可是你放心，我向你保证，我只蹭蹭。不行，你家的 WiFi 啊，那可以，然后我们一起搞。不行，一下你家的卫生啊，那可以，累了我们就躺下来做。不行，瑜伽，这样就可以放松身心。我觉得你不像个好人。为什么？我这么阳光帅气、绿色健康？那你能先把你手里的东西放下吗？我操啊！草率了，这是我带的瑜伽绳，我忘了把它收起来啊。我觉得你应该是进不了我家门了。没关系，我们可以去我家，我可以让你尝尝我的意大利泡面，我亲手做的可好吃了。哈哈哈哈哈哈！这么短，谁想吃啊？对不起啦，跟你开玩笑的。当你踩扁了一个塑料瓶，跟他说对不起有什么用？他会复原吗？那我应该怎么办？很简单，只需要你用嘴给他吹吹就好了。医生，我太太到底得了什么病啊？我这边有2个好消息，你们要先听哪一个？2个都是好消息，选哪一个有意义吗？没有意义。我选 A。你太太只花200块钱就检查出来8个病，赚大了。啊，老公，这也能算好消息吗？医生，你他妈，说的真对呀。那第2个好消息呢？我们以你太太的名字命名了3种新疾病啊！3种新疾病，牛逼呀！那可不是小母牛练劈叉，牛逼大了。医生，你看看我太太还有救吗？基本凉了啊！谁让你乱吃药的？让你一次吃1粒，结果你一次吃3粒。我只是想给病毒一个惊喜。是吗？病毒繁殖速度加快了3倍，她丈夫惊喜坏了。那我岂不是把他们都绿了？你的想法很有意思，我也实践过啊。虽然你们的病治不好，但是今天你们运气好，遇到了我，太好了！我就知道你是一个大隐隐于市、妙手回春、悬壶济世的神医。你能治好我太太吗？不能。但是啊，你们在我这里买棺材可以打8折。好了，不开玩笑了，现在必须立即给你太太安排全身手术。太好了，医生。但是我们医院只剩1针局部麻醉针了，那怎么办？放心，我自有办法。医生，我腿上有病吗？没有。那你为什么把麻醉针打我腿上？这样做手术的时候你就跑不掉。我最近发现我们人体生理上有好多不合理的地方。什么地方不合理啦？每次我吃完韭菜都会卡牙缝，我的舌头知道韭菜在哪，但是我的手却找不到。太真实了，就像我每次都把钥匙放在桌子上，但是出门的时候它总是会跑到奇奇怪怪的地方，怎么也找不到。我操，俺也一样，就感觉大脑在欺骗我一样。别提了，每次吃饭的时候大脑都告诉我吃多了要长胖，但是一边又告诉我多吃点，吃饱了才有力气减肥，结果吃完了又困。你说睡吧又要长胖，不睡吧又困，我真是裂开了呀。太真实了，而且睡觉之前莫名其妙的老是想上厕所，明明困之前一点感觉都没有。更可气的是，往往上完厕所就不困了，感觉我的膀胱得了大脑共济性失调综合症。俺也一样，每次考试脑子里都情不自禁循环各种流行歌曲，题目越难循环的越大声。而且为什么越动脑子越聪明，越锻炼身体越强壮，但是越用眼睛就越近视呢？为什么熬夜掉头发却长胡子？淋巴阑尾和智齿除了发炎还有什么作用？为什么吃的比以前少了反而还长胖？哎呦，太难了。说到长胖，我女朋友每次都跟我说，长上来的肉都长在脸上，减下去的肥都减在胸上。她还总是问我她的胸有没有变大一点。巧了，你女朋友也总是问我这个问题。俺也一样，俺也一样。我操，俺也一样。同学们好啊！最近网络上出现了很多渣男，专门欺骗女孩子的感情。老师你放心，我们才不是那样的人。老师知道你们不是那样的人，所以这节课老师教你们如何成为渣男。只有先成为渣男，才能站在渣男的角度上思考问题。所谓知己知彼，百战百胜。只要我们掌握了渣男的套路，从此就可以对渣男这种物种免疫啊！老师呢？我女朋友生气了该怎么哄？亲亲抱抱举高高。你是小宝，那朋友。没门儿，谈恋爱是我们2个人的事，又不是给朋友圈的人谈的。发上去说不定背后还要被人说秀恩爱，大可不必呀。我操，好有道理。如果我的女朋友发现我叫别的女生宝贝儿怎么办？你是女朋友，她是宝贝儿，你们不一样。我叫我家狗也是宝贝儿，你总不能说我跟狗有一腿吧？在网上跟别的女孩聊天被抓住了怎么办？我和她只是在网上聊着玩的，又不能干嘛，你何必这么大反应？那要是脚踏 N 只船被女朋友发现了怎么办？我不是渣，我只是一颗心碎成了很多片，每一片
天都爱上了不同的
Well,
人。你已经有
that's
一
the
片的
reason
男的
why
好不够
most
吧我操，更
scumbag
惨
have a
老师要
bunch
是
of
不想跟女朋
girlfriends.
友处了，应该
Because
怎么
they're
说？
smart.
和你分开不是不爱，而是迫于无奈。我不想你这么累了，你是个好女孩，我不想耽误你，都怪我，不是我不喜欢你，只是我暂时还不想谈恋爱。我操，够无耻！接下来同学们做好笔记，渣男技术总结：小宝贝，你最美，早点睡，喝热水。太晚了，去你家，啥都不干就吃瓜。没电了，再开会，忙了一天我很累。吃了没？早点睡，那个女孩是我妹。你别闹，真没有，就是一起喝点酒，喝多了拉拉手，我们只是好朋友。别闹了，对不起，反正都是你有理。你很好，我不配。OK， 宝贝，下一位。我操，精妙！学废了就点个赞吧，谢谢。
同学们，我们这节课上英语课啊。小明，你怎么又迟到了？我觉得你应该好好解释一下，不然我把你的菊花打成8瓣。是这样的，我跟我的女朋友在她的家里日以饥饿的做点心吃然后我舔了她的奶有蛋糕吃这跟你的迟到有什么关系？你不懂就别比如你那仁慈之中带着佛性的眼光盯着我。亲爱的老师，等我把话说完。然后我脱下了我女朋友的食品安全手套然后她用洁白的双手帮我撸起了袖子顺便帮我吹掉了身上的灰尘然后够了你这个铺盖仔，你说的话和你迟到没有一点关系然后我就醒了。这节英语课你站着上，同学们，我们继续读英语单词。A B C。小明，你为什么不跟着一起读？是老师的调教还不够吗？并没有，老师，我妈说 B 这个字母是脏话，她不让我说。怎么会呢？你妈说的 B 和我说的 B 是不一样的。你妈的是脏话我的全世界都在用哎呦我去，儿子你在干嘛？哦，我在学英语，这么用功吗？学到哪儿了
Tokyo Hot。
？Tokyo Hot。
Yeah, it's so good.
Kimoji desu ne。 哎，老师说你刚刚是在做手艺活吧？啊，没想到我藏这么深，还是被你们发现了。就你这还藏得深？你看看你内裤上、床单上、墙上、天花板上、镜子上，全都是痕迹。没事就把自己关在房间里，一天用3卷卫生纸，右臂比左臂粗一大圈。其实我和你妈早就发现了，只不过一直都没有揭穿你。青春期心潮涌动是正常的。想当年我像你这么大的时候，逆风尿3丈，可惜不知道节制，现在顺风织一鞋。这么惨啊？对呀，所以你一定要学会克。那要是没风的话，你岂不是？闭嘴！哎，少壮不克制，老大徒伤悲啊！说，这是你这个月第几次了？应该大概第8次了。1个月8次还行，但是千万不要过度。对了，今天几号来着？1号。你真是小母牛进了公牛圈，牛逼惨了。你现在情况已经非常严重了，如果再持续下去，可能会导致思想龌龊，看到漂亮的妹子就尽往歪了想，精神萎靡，做什么事儿都提不起劲来，降低精神集中力，间接导致记忆力下降，影响睡眠，每天晚上不做手艺活睡不着觉，从而损害发育，降低体质，长此以往下去，生活质量低下，工作学习都会受到影响。我操，这么严重啊？那我该怎么办？克制，跟你说这么多你都克制不住吗？一天不干手艺活我浑身难受，你就不能学学你爹我顺风织一鞋吗？闭嘴，这么点自制力都没有，我都怀疑你是不是亲生的。你说是吧，老婆？我也不知道。哎，想要3连，哎，不给你，哎，我自己吃。我要，来给你吃这个。啊，张嘴。
我吃你大嘴巴子。
拜见师傅，请师傅收我为徒。
这是哪来的小狗狗？怎么出现在我的大殿上？
禀师傅，是外面捡来的。
哦，我知道了，流浪狗啊。
师傅，我不是狗。
那我们赶紧起锅烧油。什么？好好款待一番
啊。师傅，弟子还是建议放生。那倒不用，生姜辣椒孜然，弟子自备碗筷。
我他妈不是狗。再说狗狗那么可爱，为什么要吃？哦，是这样啊。那昨天我家的狗刚死，今天你有口福了。
这样不好吧？太残忍了，呸，太残忍了。
昨天还剩了不少狗粮
啊！什么？
放心，我家狗平时吃的比你过年吃的都好。
我他妈，
你叫什么名字？
我没有名字。
你的父母呢？
我没有家人。
哦，你是一个孤儿。
我是从石头里蹦出来的。
那你妈一定炸了。
我跟你拼！
为师赐予你法号悟空，你想学什么本领？我想学地煞72变，为师不会。那一日万里的筋斗云，
Have a nice
为师
night
也不会。那时间停止定身术，为师还是不会。你怎么不按剧本走？搞什么飞机？这个为师会。修行一道，切勿好高骛远，择你三边，自行悔过。我明白了，师傅，你是想让我晚上3更来找你，孺子可教也。弟子会做好安全措施的。那你温柔为师已将毕生所学传授于你，多谢师傅。为师窥探到了你的一些命数，发现你学成之后必将做出一番惊天动地的大动静。你可知你拜师学艺是为了什么？当然知道。哦，我要取西经，取一只小母猴。
Goodbye.
起锅烧油。
Good night.
我听说这次考试我们班平均分80分，哎，真的吗？那可真是太好了。切，楼上火箭班平均分95分，他们都没人说，你们才考80分就开始沾沾自喜啦，一点上进心也没有。我喜欢的演员浩浩入围戛纳电影节的影帝了，真的吗？恭喜恭喜啊！切，人家丽丽20年前就拿戛纳电影节的影后了，现在才拿影帝，多 low 哦！看什么看？我脸上有痔疮吗？班长，你看我爸出差给我买的运动鞋，真好看啊！最新款吗？不会吧，不会吧，居然不是 AJ？ 现在不是人人都穿 AJ 吗？你爸连 AJ 都不给你买，一定不爱你吧？我今天跟你拼了！哎，别冲动，跟这种嘴欠的人生气你就输了。你看我的，你看他急了，他急了，说不过就想动手，真是一个莽夫啊！哼，最近老有倒霉事儿，真是烦人。哎，奇了怪了，我最近心情特别好呢，怎么就没有遇到倒霉事儿呢？现在你遇到了。你考试有95分吗？没有啊。你是丽丽的粉丝吗？不是啊。你家里有 AJ 吗？没有啊。但是并不影响我装逼呀。把灯关一下。没有是吧？装逼是吧？嘴欠是吧？这样观众会不会以为我们很暴力啊？不会吧，现在弹幕应该全是干得漂亮。那有没有折中一点的办法呢？有啊，我们可以感化他。我称这种方法为父爱大法。像这种有娘生没爹教的孩子，内心肯定是渴求父爱的。我们只要在他撒泼的时候说一句别闹，爸爸爱你，看似平平无奇的一句话，却能让他感受到父爱，不仅击垮了他的心理防线，还收了一个儿子，是不是两全其美呢？喵啊！铁子们，你们说我做的对吗？正道的光照在了大地上，把每个黑暗的地方全部都照亮了。小明，把你的日记本交上来。啊！你前天晚上居然在打飞啊！打飞行棋啊！你昨天晚上居然在搞基啊！搞基础公共卫生啊！你今天晚上居然要撸啊！要玩撸啊撸啊！我觉得吧，男孩子就应该干男孩子该干的事比如说看3级3级科学之阿姆斯特朗回旋加速喷气式阿姆斯特朗炮的发射与组装天天净搞这些幺蛾子，学习成绩不下降才怪。老师我没，老师上课不准插嘴，我没有，你还插，你还插，滚出教室！我要罚你去操场。老师他哥是校长，去操场逛一逛，呼吸一下新鲜空气，然后电竞学校的校长，然后回来挨打。但是他爸是市长，打是亲，骂是爱呀！快来让为师亲一亲。但是已经被免职了，亲妈抱，因为被调去当省长了。抱抱亲亲举高高，你是为师的小宝宝。但是闭嘴，不许你说我的干儿子为师的意思是说咱俩一日一日为师，终身为父你们都是我的好大儿啊！听懂掌声。嘿，你手机响了哦。哎，我等一会儿求3连的时候，你负责点赞啊，你点赞，对，你投币，你负责收藏啊，配合，预备，走，投币，收藏，点赞。求关注啊！班长，情人节来了，你教教我怎么追隔壁班翠花呗？谈什么恋爱？翠花懂你，我懂你啊！跟我一起过情人节，她不香吗？哎呀，别闹，我说正经的呢。我也说正经的呀。不跟你聊了，我去学告白技巧去了。哎，你别走啊，我教你告白技巧，保证有用。算了，你都没有女朋友，你怎么教我呀？定等一会儿就有了。切，我才不信呢。要不咱们打个赌
Alright, I laugh a little bit too much. You want something else?
Wow. Okay, next challenge. I want your most aura farming frame when I come back, okay? Think about people preferences. When I come back, no more butts. Butts, you can't have butts, but only aura farming. The most aura. Can you out aura Beeble? Let's find out. When I come back. See, I better see prime aura farming. There's your challenge. Wait, first of all, is that legal? Is it legal for me to give a golden star to people who have good fashion? I want to see people's ships. I want to see the creativity of your, and totally not to steal your ideas. Totally not. I totally not to steal your ideas or anything. That's not why. Okay, guys, are you ready? I expect maximum aura farming. I better go in there and see everybody aura farming. I'll be judging hard. I better walk in and everybody should be aura farming. Okay, I'm ready to see this. I'm ready to see. I will walk in aura farming. I'm ready to see. I'm ready. Okay, nice. Okay. I would definitely aura. Oh, you disappeared. Oh, that you are certainly emitting an aura. Dang! Yeah, this one right here. This one right here. Yeah. This one right here. That's very nice. Dang. Nice colors. Oh, nice pose. Oh, I like your dark Hatsune Miku colors vibes. Aura, yes. Oh, I like the yellow gold. Okay. Why are you so short? A short king! We love that for you! A short king! Yes! Ooh, with the tail too! I like the tail! A short king! Always aura farms! We love that for you! Yeah. Oh wait, you're not that short anymore, never mind. You were just clipped into the floor. Ooh! Purple skeleton. Okay. Oh, nice color. Purple and gold. The royal color combination. That is aura farm. Yes. You have so many effects on you. You have so many effects that it's almost negative aura. But you know what? I'm gonna accept it. The toad's very particle effects. Dang. These colors are a unique choice, but you know what? They work. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Okay, you are literally aura-ing. Yes, I see. You are literally being aura. Yes. The definition of aura farm is that. Yes. Ooh, I like the blue. It's very Transformer-esque, I think. Ooh. With the cape, yes. With the flowers. Yeah, you know how to aura farm. You're just standing in the corner waiting for me to come to you. Yeah. That's aura farm. Yeah, that's... This person knows how to aura farm. Yeah, standing in the corner just waiting for me. Yeah. Dang! Very nice. Oh, just standing up there with the smoke. Yes. Yes. Okay, someone sitting in aura farming. Very cool, very nice. Yes. You are just darkness. I like that. I like that. Just becoming darkness. I almost can't see you. That's pretty cool. Letting the colors shine. Very aura, yes. Wow, you remind me of an Elden Ring spirit or something. Dang, who's up there? Nice, very purple. Everyone's so horrifying. You know, I approve. I approve. Though, I will have to say, you cannot out-aura farm me. I'm sorry. I have not seen anyone that has out-aura farmed me yet. You're all making wonderful efforts. You're all making great efforts in aura farming. Yes, but some of you have come close. Yes, yeah, but.
Hi, my name is Dong, and I'm a Canadian animator working in the Japanese animation industry. Today, in this video, we will go in depth on how anime is actually made, and hopefully we can dispel some common myths and help you guys appreciate the art form to a greater degree. So a bit about me, I started as an animator in Canada before moving to Japan. I work at Nut Animation Studio, and I started by drawing Genga, also known as tie-downs, for the Tanya the Evil series before moving on to layout and key animation. I probably worked on some of your favorite shows, including the aforementioned Tanya the Evil, To Love Ru, Macross, Haikyuu, Dr. Stone, Decadence, Sunny Boy, Blue Giant, Bullbuster, Negaposi Angler, One Piece, Witch Hat Atelier, and some other ones I'm forgetting. This video series was commissioned by Don Tech, the company my buddy Shu and I founded. We're making new animation tools for the modern age. Check us out in our link below, which is our mailing list, and see our introduction video. Don's mission is to support the whole animation industry and the medium, and part of that is by providing resources for creators. Let us start at the beginning in pre-production. Every anime begins with an idea, a concept. A concept can be a director's original idea compiled into a short pitch package with character designs and world descriptions, or it can be something where a publishing company wants to adapt an existing manga or novel, in which they will solicit pitches from various studios. This process is called kikaku, the planning of the overall production. A production committee will be created to facilitate the planning and production of this new anime. The production committee is also called the Seisaku Inkai in Japanese. The committee consists of various production companies, broadcasters, publishers, and sponsors. Over the course of a couple months, the committee figured out the scope of the show and who the staff and cast are, as well as providing funding. Here, for example, is the kikakusho, the pitch package essentially, for Evangelion. Did you know Rei's hair used to be more silver? Anyways, here the artists Hideki Anno and Yoshiyuki Sadamoto are trying to sell the charm of giant robots to the members of the production committee, as well as explain the overall world and history. Then, the screenplay is written, also called a scenario. A show can have a dedicated writer, or sometimes it's the director, called the kantoku, who writes his own script. There are plenty of meetings between the directors and writers to get the script to the best that it can be. Here is the script for Negaposi Angler, for example. Japanese scripts look a bit different from Western ones, and they are vertical for one, and are read right to left. There are about 20 characters vertical and 40 lines horizontal. But both Western and Japanese scripts serve the same purpose, providing information on the location and time, the stage directions, and describing the movement and action. After that, the design work starts. The designers will start creating model sheets called sette for the characters, mechanical things, and create environmental designs. Here are some designs from Michiko and Hatin. As you can see, the characters are all detailedly drawn out so that the other staff on the show can reference them when they draw. This show has the main character constantly change their outfit episode to episode, and they all have to be designed meticulously. Here is the environmental design section. And since this show is essentially a road trip story, there are so many environments that need to be designed. And here is the design for the mecha, mecha meaning mechanical. So this is things such as their bikes, vehicles, their weapons, etc. The designers can be anyone from dedicated design artists, art directors, or animators. If you want to become a designer, there are many paths open for you. There will also often be a separate color design team that will decide what the overall color design of a show will be. They create the shikisai sette, the color models. If you want to know more about color design, I recommend this book, Animation no Iroshokunin by Shibaguchi-san, who was a color designer at Studio Ghibli. Once the designs have progressed enough, it is time to draw the storyboards, also called ekonte. Here are the boards for one of the episodes of Negaposi Angla. The boards are a visualization of the written script, with each scene planned out and the movement of the characters drawn out. Information for things such as the dialogue and sound effects are also noted. The writer and director work closely with the board artists here throughout multiple meetings. The board artists can be the directors themselves, or they can be delegated to the episode directors, the enshutsu, who coordinate and are in control of individual episodes or parts of a show. The boards in Japanese shows do differ from Western ones. For example, they will often seem much more messy. This is because they are drawn quite fast, with the animators themselves expected to provide their own interpretation of a scene. Obviously, this isn't always true, and many artists draw very pretty boards. Western boards are generally much more clean because the animation is generally outsourced to another studio, so they have to be very clear, with productions often employing people just to clean up the boards. With the boards done, we move out of pre-production and into production. From here, we animators meet with the episode directors about our scene and start animating, starting at the layout stage. It's called layout, but it really consists of both layout and rough animation in the Japanese animation industry. Here are some of my layouts from Negaposi Angla. And here we have several drawings, including the layout with the background and camera move information, and then we have our cell animation layers. Here, layers A and B are carves. They are 3D CG in this particular scene. And on layer C, we have our characters. This is just a held drawing, but if they were to move, they would do it here. An animation layout is to the animator, blueprint is to an architect. It provides information on how the background will look and how the characters will move and act in relation to it, as well as information for any camera work and instructions for the compositors. With the layout and rough animation done, all that is left to do is for the animator to fill in a timesheet or exposure sheet. Here is mine from that scene on Negaposi Angler. These aren't all that different from the ones you see in the West, and here we have different fields to write the information of the scene, such as the name of the show, the episode, the scene number, the slugging, the name of the animator, and the number of pages. Then we have a memo section for camera work and columns to time out our animation on the left. There are also columns for things such as sound, camera work, and a large amount of space is reserved for the in-betweeners, where they will have to rename the drawings once they draw the in-betweens for a scene. I have videos on how to write animation timesheets on this channel if you would like for further reading. Once the animator submits their work, it gets checked by the episode director, who makes sure that your staging and acting is correct, and sometimes the director might check your work if it is an important scene. The Sakuga director, with Sakuga meaning to draw an image, and this is someone with very strong draftsmanship ability, will put the drawings on model for you. And then the sole Sakuga director, sometimes called a chief Sakuga director, who is usually also the character designer, will further put the drawings on model. Next is the tie-down or key animation or Genga stage. Here is a scene of mine from Bowbuster. This is my rough layout, and here is my drawing of Miyuki, and here is the episode director's drawover where he adds a little purse for her, and here is the sole Sakuga director's drawing, putting her further on model. Here the animator takes all the drawovers and redraws and traces over them, consolidating everything into a cleaner, tied down drawing that the in-betweeners can use. And here is Miyuki tied down. Not every rough drawing will have a drawover, so it is also the animator's job to get those other drawings to match with the drawings that do have a drawover, as you can see with these other drawings of Miyuki. Sometimes when an animator is busy, another artist might draw their Genga for them. When this happens, it is called second key animation, or Daini Genga, or Nigen for short. Once the scene is tied down, the same directors will check your work again. The episode director, the Sakuga director, and the Sakuga director. After this, all the drawings and layout are collected into a bag called the katabukuro, and it is sent off to be cleaned and in-betweened. This process is called doga. Studios might have a small doga department where they draw the doga for the most important scenes, and everything else is generally sent off to a specialized doga studio. I visited Studio Signage Works in Ho Chi Minh City. They helped me with my in-betweens and cell painting on the short film I produced called Ninabuzu. Go check that out when it comes out. First of all, the tied down Genga is traced using an alias and, most importantly, a clean line. The red and blue color separation lines are also traced. Then, the in-betweens, the nakawari, are created based off the timing charts. This is then sent off to a doga checker to check that all the drawings have no errors. Once all the drawings are created, the movement will be much more smooth and finished looking. The next step is cell painting, or shiage. Based on the color designs provided by the color department, each individual clean cell drawing has their color added to them, painting over the red and blue color separation lines when needed. The colorist will generally lead this department, making important decisions on how things will look, and once this is done, a shiage checker will go through each drawing to look for errors. While all this is happening, the background department will be painting the backgrounds. This is called bijutsu in the industry. Here are some of my favorite background paintings by Oga Kazuo-san for Studio Ghibli. The backgrounds are painted generally after the layout is complete. The BG department also has their own hierarchy with an experienced bijutsu director or lead painter that directs various other painters under them. The paintings need to be done fast, as a single episode has hundreds of backgrounds that need to be painted. If you would like to learn more about how backgrounds are painted, I recommend this book by Oga Kazuo called Oga Kazuo Gashu 2. It goes through his process when he painted for Studio Ghibli, and it just has some really nice drawings in there. The 3D CG department is generally a newer thing, and not all studios have one. The 3D department generally helps out all the other departments when needed. For example, here is a scene from Decadence, where the 3D department created a 3D model of the room I was taking place in, and I was essentially able to use their renders as reference for when I draw my layout. The 3D department can also help create designs, mock up 3D elements to help the animators, and they can create textures and effects for the compositors, and of course, do 3D animation when it is called for. Moving on, with our animation finished, we go into post-production. The first step is to put all of our animation and BG and effect elements together in a step called compositing, or satsue as it is called here. I have a video on this subject on my channel that goes into anime compositing in detail. This is generally done in After Effects, and here the compositing department will go through all the scenes, putting them together and polishing them up individually. The director will work closely with the compositing department on this. Here, for example, is the After Effects file of a scene from Negaposi Angler. It is very dense with layers for animated elements and effects and the background, as well as plenty of other effects that are applied to the various layers. Next, the editor will take all the composed scenes in a process called henshu, or editing, and edit them together in order, adjusting timing as they go, putting everything into a single piece of footage. Since the timing is mostly decided early at the storyboard stage, this is more of a fine adjustment thing, trimming a couple frames of unneeded footage or adding some frames when things need to be held for longer. While the production is going on, the voice recording, or afureko, is happening with the voice actors. Here they are given the script called the kakon, and they look like this. I kept these from the production of Bowbuster, and essentially these scripts are given to all the talent, and the talent will then perform their lines, usually with the rest of the cast in a recording studio. This process is overseen by the sound director, the onkyo kantoku, but might also have other staff providing direction. The recording can be either done early in a production, once the script or boards are finished, or at the end, once the editing is finished. And they will match their voice and cadence to the finished animation. The reason certain anime's lip syncing looks off is because it is common to record after the animation is done. Lastly, there is a process of audio engineering and editing called dubbing, where the audio is edited in, and it is also overseen by the sound director and their team of sound engineers. Here, the voices, music, sound effects are all inserted into the footage, and these get all mixed so that the sound all have the maximum impact. It is arguable that sound is the most important part of a moving picture. Once all those disparate elements are put together, we have our finished anime. The publisher might do some marketing push, but all that is left is for it to air. Anime airs on a weekly schedule here, with a season being about 12 episodes long. It generally takes 3 months for a show to finish airing. Episodes are generally aired while production is still going on, and I remember working on episode 9 or so of Decadence while the first episode aired. That concludes this video. I hope you all learned something. For further viewing, check out my Negaposi Angler mini doc, and I hope to discuss some of these points in detail in future videos as well, so please look forward to that. Also, be sure to check out Don Technologies and sign up for our mailing list for updates on new tools that will help with production. And a big thanks to the Patreon supporters for this video. I couldn't do these without you guys. If you guys like to support the channel on Patreon, you
Where's my spotter then? Yeah. Still working on this. Man, this kind of bot? Neat. This is new. Oh yeah, I haven't finished watching
Tons of currency. I mean, millions to billions to trillions worth handed out to all players on top of a bunch of, including developer skins. And it forced Rainbow Six Siege to go down, and for developers over the holidays to work on fixing everything and rolling everything back. And then there were reports that terabytes worth of data was stolen from Ubisoft, be it source code and just software code as well as user data. Turns out that bid was exaggerated by hackers. There were like 5 hacker groups, and only one of them actually managed to breach Ubisoft. That hacker group was the one who essentially took Rainbow Six Siege down. And then a bunch of other hackers try to claim that they stole all this data, that, you know, one of the groups came and said, actually, none of that is true. And so there's been some drama between certain hacker groups, with some of them trying to gain clout through this whole situation amidst the chaos. So all of that I discussed in these 2 videos.
Where's
right
my
here.
W when
And now
I
let's talk
do
about
it
the most
then?
recent
Gosh dang
hack
God.
situation involving Rainbow Six Siege. This comes in just days after the first hack was resolved, with Rainbow Six Siege being targeted, this time with essentially ban notices that tell players they've been banned for 67 days, referencing the viral 67 meme that's been making the rounds. What people have been encountering is this message right here: harassment offense. You're currently suspended from any matchmaking session for 67 days due to harassment. This was the notification that a bunch of players as well as streamers got while they were playing the game. Now, this hack does seem to be less severe than the previous one, given that players aren't actually getting banned. They're not being handed out tons of currency or skins that they aren't supposed to have. Basically, hackers are using this opportunity to spam these kinds of messages that actually have no real impact. As PC Games N reports right here, it was quickly apparent that this was not a legitimate ban, referring to the message here that highlights how people are banned for 67 days due to harassment. The ban isn't actually real. It's just a message and notification that's being spammed to players. PC Games N's report continues. It was apparent this was not a legitimate ban, and not only because of the clear 6-7 reference, Varsity Gaming could still queue for ranked matches, and on restarting his game, the message disappeared. Referring to a streamer who was playing this game, got this notification, was there when the hack happened, but was still able to play the game despite these messages getting spammed. But the report continues, however, new messages would appear. And there's footage out there showing what the streamer was experiencing as this hack was happening live on stream.
Guys, I think this is a targeted thing. I don't think they kicked the people out of the servers.
So yeah, this is not supposed to be there. Some nice text up here. That's not supposed to be there. That's hackers trolling.
Might not be good.
Look at this, 906 unread notifications.
We want to let you know that 67676767 of your reports led to sanctions.
So a troll message.
I got 900 notifications of this all today.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's not good, chat.
Fuck you, homie Liam.
Really, really bad.
And while the game is technically playable, this is all still incredibly disruptive, and it doesn't change the fact that there's security concerns surrounding playing this game right now, given that hackers have so much free reign over aspects of it. While this instance is not the worst case scenario for a hack of this nature, it doesn't mean there aren't concerns surrounding Rainbow Six Siege's security and the potential of hackers continuously breaching this game to the point where the game just becomes constantly dysfunctional for long stretches of time, or worst case scenario, resulting in, genuine data leaks that might compromise, the developers, Ubisoft, the company, as well as players and customers and their data. And yeah, I mean, you can see right here that as a result of this hack, Rainbow Six Siege is down yet again. If you go to Ubisoft's official website that tells you about the server status of Rainbow Six Siege, you'll find that across all platforms, there are outages and connectivity is degraded. And this is the case across every single platform. This is not an isolated incident. This is something that we're seeing multiple people report, with plenty of screenshots like this one highlighting the legitimacy of this hack. And then on top of all that, we saw more hacker activity in the form of these kinds of messages appearing on the top of the main menu screen of Rainbow Six Siege, potentially suggesting that Rainbow Six Siege may have been hacked a third time shortly after the second hack, involving the ban messages that say that people have been banned for 67 days. Or this is all part of the same hack, but either way, it doesn't change the fact that Rainbow Six Siege is being severely disrupted to the point where the game had to shut down yet again, and that's losing Ubisoft a lot of money, and it's certainly negatively impacting players' experiences. Yeah, I mean, the kinds of messages we're seeing through this, either a third hack or, an extension of the second hack, include things like kudo smells from Snuffles, or messages like this one right here involving a hacker in someone's stream who was typing self-promos live in this individual's game. You can see right here that they're promoting their, Twitter account and stuff like that. There's even footage out there of this hack happening live to streamers who are experiencing this as they're streaming the game. So this individual, for example, had the following experience.
What does my game say? Hey, furry princess.
Yeah, you can see right here, these messages are rampant, saying all kinds of random trolly things.
What?
People are
You're
baffled,
such a cute furry. What?
amused.
What are you doing?
The messages just get weirder and weirder.
Exposed. Yo, type 7 at the top if I'm a furry. You.
Pretty boring.
Hey! I'm using a headset mic. It probably sounds shitty. Do I sound different? Xbox mic, yeah. It's an Xbox mic. Okay. This was kind of a surprise, but look. Hi! I can't really move my arm too much. Hi! So, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Where are you guys from? I mean, don't dox your location or anything, but where are you guys from? Oh, this year sucks. We're not even that far in. Come on. Yeah, objective to survive. I have some New Year's resolutions too. I was thinking about putting down a list, but it's kind of hard to write in my mascot, so I guess I'll just ramble on. Let's see. This year, I want...
Alright, I work on this thing enough. I need to take a little bit of break. As always, guys, thank you very much for watching, and as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, also, fuck you, Liam! Fuck Liam! Oh, either way, again. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye!